Hello, 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 hello. How's everyone? How are you doing? Great to see you. I see that there's people here already. David is here. Hello. Awesome. So, how are you guys? Are you ready to hang out a little bit? What have you been up to? I have a lot of things I want to talk about today. I have some finished projects. I have some other things and some news and some things today. So, hello, Carla. First things first, you might already notice it that you see me better because, yes, I have a new camera. Last Sunday was a really fun Sunday. We were hanging out and having a lot of fun, and I did get some donations. So I did invest in the channel, invest in you guys to get a new camera to get better quality pictures and things because it's nice that you can see me better, right? Don't you agree? I know that, you know, it's a big step up from what I had, and it has a feature I really like. I know that it takes a little bit, but I'm going to show you. The autofocus on this is not the fastest, but it's definitely really cool. So if we just give it a little bit, you guys, you can count the strands in my yarns. That's how good of a camera I managed to get. Thanks to the kind hearts of you. But it takes a few minutes, it takes a little bit before it finds me again. So there we go. I can show my yarns really nicely, and you get to see a little bit better. Yes. The Frosty Broccoli is here. How are you? Nice to see you. So Dawn is on vacation, so she's not here today. When she's going to be back, we don't know. Hobie Bango is canceled because she has other things to do right now, okay? On vacation, you get to relax and don't stress. When she's back, I can't tell, but I can tell that much because I have been asked if Dawn is okay. Where's Dawn? She's been missing since we saw her Thursday, and she's fine. She's just not in YouTube land right now. Hello, ABD. How are you? Yes, it's looking really nice and clear, right? But I couldn't have done this without you, like the camera and things. So that's awesome. I did also spoil myself to a little bit more yarn after that. I did, because I got a great deal. So I couldn't resist it. Hello, Carrie. Yes, Dawn deserves a vacation. She is one of the most hardworking YouTubers I know, so she needs a vacation. Yarn Barf, a squirrel raid. Awesome. Thank you, guys. But yeah, I have rearranged behind me. There's the new yarn where the Halloween yarn used to be. Not those three on top, but I couldn't find any other place for them. But all the other yarns are new yarns. Some of the Halloween yarns are over here. Some of the Halloween yarns are over here. We got some more new yarns over here. And yeah, I just rearranged it a little bit so that we get more color here. Because why not? Because I can. Because I like the colors. So what do we have here? We have Beth. You just recently ordered 20 cakes from Hobie. My monthly fun money, but Hobie yarn is your favorite. Well, yeah, I totally understand that. What you can see behind me, all Hobie, all Hobie, all Hobie, all of that is Hobie. Not all of that, but most of it is available at Hobby because I got that from my local yarn store, or my local store. But you can find a cookie at Hobie. Hobie, what you see here is Hobie. Some here is not Hobie. Behind here is not Hobie. I think you can tell that I like Hobie. Okay, maybe just a little bit. It's not a secret. Hello, Mary King. Ah, yes. Fun times. Fun times. So, what am I working on? You might ask. I'm just going to put a stitch marker in it for 2 seconds so I can hold it up without unraveling, because that would be, you know, no fun. I'm currently working on Virus Meets Granny shawl in a hobie cake. It's a sultan in some pastello rainbow type colors. So we got the purples, we got a little bit of blues going into the greens, going into the yellow, and there's a slight orangey hue to the yellow at the end. Hello, Michelle. Hello, Trish. And yeah, you saw the cake already if you were here. This is the rest of the colors. So we got yellows and orange and some pinks. And I know this color is available. It's 29 is the color number of the regular Cotton King Sultan, and I know that they're on sale right now. Hello, Zoila. I'm Paula Mulford. I'm sorry if I miss anyone while you're like sneaking in here, a lot of you at the same time. But hey to everyone, in case I missed someone, I'm sorry. Yes, the colors are really pretty on this one. And this is a cake that I did have. I started on it making something and I wasn't happy about it, so I frogged it. So I had all the purples and the blues and some of the greens was just, you know, on the outside here on this one. So it was like squished together and all you could see was basically the purple. And it was hanging out over here before, so you have seen this cake. Hello, Nisi. Hello, Samantha. Hello, Bobby. Welcome in. But yeah, so the cake actually has other colors, not just the purple that you saw. But now it's this. So far I have this. I don't know how big it's going to be or whatnot. I'll just keep going until I run out of yarn, because that's how I work. But that's not the only work in progress I have. I have another thing that I've been working on a little bit back and forth. I've been taking it out with me. Hello, Suzanne. I've been taking it out with me from time to time. And I'm not really, you know, happy with the pattern. It's kind of boring. So it's just an easy thing when I don't want to have to count and think and whatnot. But we have so far this. So it's not the traditional triangular shawl. It is more of a half star type of thing. I don't know. I don't know exactly what it is. But it's going from dark blue, like almost midnight, almost black, but it is blue, to lighter blues and pinks and yellows. And let's see. Hello, Neil. And these are the colors I still have to work with. So it's going to become green. I'm loving my new camera, you guys. This is just, you get to see the stuff I have in clear, good pictures. And yes, this is just awesome. So that's something I've been working on. Double crochets mostly. It's kind of like a chevron with increases and decreases. Yeah, the colors on that one is also really pretty. That's a Black Friday limited edition yarn. It is. Hello, Mara. Oh, I know what I was supposed to do. I had a plan. And I didn't do it. So I'm going to do it now. Just because. I'm doing, and this is just because I people asked last time, and if anyone would want it, it's there. Not saying that it's needed in any way, shape, or form, but yeah. Hello, Sable. How are you? Yeah, the camera is all thanks to you guys. Neil likes the horns better. Well, these are actually bought at the zoo. We got these at the zoo. Was it last summer? But the feather has kept been pulled off. So I did find my hot glue gun and I fixed the feather today because I had to. And I feel like the horns is wrong season now because we're in November. You guys, spooky season is kind of over. It feels like spooky stuff is for October. I did have, I don't know how much you guys did get to see them, but I did have these for at least a stream or so because spooky season. But I have some Christmas stuff coming as well. So Christmas stuff, and yes, it feels like I need something, or not need them, but it's kind of my thing to have something to be a little bit, fun. I guess it all started with I don't like that these are here, like big chunky headset type of thing. So it takes away from that. Hello, Jetton. How are you? Today I have Coca-Cola. What are you drinking? Hellos and hellos. Yes, Neil, you came back to YouTube. You couldn't stay away. And I'm happy for that. But I like to have you in my chat and I like to have you do your thing. So that's totally, you do you. And if you feel happy being back on YouTube, then yes, thank you. Great. And I'm going to go watch videos later. Yeah, they're a little bit bouncy and there's a spring, but one side has been pulled a little bit. So it's not as, yeah, it's very stretched out. I am doing good. Yes, I am. How can I not? Because yes. Hello, Cindy M. Oh, waiting 10 minutes is a long time when you want to say hello. I get that, but I'm happy that you waited and that you're here. Also, you guys, I'm not lit up like a Christmas tree. I don't have the ceiling light on. I don't have all the lights on like full and whatnot, and I don't have my screens turn into black mode because that's what I had to do before. I had to go for basically turning stuff down to be able to, can we, yeah, to not have like my screens light up my face like I don't know, and the camera not being able to handle it. So I'm happy about that because now it's just my normal thing. Everything is looking good. But it's all fine. Yes, it's all good. It's all great. Because that means I can sit here in the dark. Like I can turn all my lights off and I can still do things and you would be able to see it. I'm guessing gives me more character, Mara. Is that, that I'm doing my fun thing with the headbands and things? Maybe. I have seen other people do other things. So I don't feel like I'm the only one. Hello, Angela. My world of crochet. Hello, hello, hello. My partner in crime, Dawn, is on vacation and she's totally perfectly fine. Yes. We don't have to worry about her, but Hobie Bingo tomorrow is canceled, at least for her. If someone else wants to do a Hobie Bingo, that spot is open. But for tomorrow at least. We don't know how long she's going to be resting, but yeah, because we know she can't stay away for too long. We know that. So even though she might be on vacation, she might not, stay totally silent, depending on how busy she is. But she's all good. And I talked to her just before I got on here, so It's all fine. Yeah, the lopsided flamingo. One has been pulled out to the string, is not happy, and the feathers were like glued on just before now, and it is what it is. But they are bouncy, and I guess this is as close as I can get to a bird dance, because I've been asked to do a bird dance, which I'm not going to do because I don't do bird dances. So all I can do is shake my head, and you have two birds dancing. Is that happy enough? Yeah, no, I'm just being geeky. Nana Michelle, hello. Yes, she deserves to take a break. That's for sure. Well, water is fine, Zabel. I do have water as well. So, because I'm not. Yeah, I'm gonna sit here for a bit. My goal is always to stay for around 2 hours, and so far I have not been able to stick to the 2 hours on any of my Sunday streams, because me and Dawn usually have so much fun that we're here for 4 hours or 6. It happens. Well, I don't know if it's the bird dance. It's like chicken dance, maybe. It's been asked of me to do that, and all I'm saying, I'm not getting paid to do a bird dance on YouTube. So yes. Oh, Hobie Bingo's not available in the Netherlands. I'm sorry. Yep, that's not fun. I know people do change the region to another region that does have the Hobie Bingo, and they play the Hobie Bingo, and if you win, Hobie will ship the stuff to you. But if that's, against regulations for the country you are in to receive packages, that is a part of winnings. I don't know. But I do know that people are like doing Hobie Bingo, the UK or English version on Monday, and the German version on Tuesdays, and the Danish version on Wednesdays, and the Swedish version on Thursdays. Yeah. You can play Hobie Bingo for like every day of the week if you just know the Hobie Bingo schedule. And they will ship to whatever address it's listed in your thingy. Yeah. Hellos and likes. Hello, Robin. So I have other YouTube news, because I just realized that yesterday, because I was just like, how many watch hours do I have? Because I know that I am far away still to get monetized. Sweden has not been a part of the fan funded monetization, the new levels of monetization. It's only been, the regular monetization, 1,000 subscribers, 4,000 watch hours. But when I went yesterday to check how many watch hours do I have, I got a different view on my screen. And apparently it looks like I might be able to get the fan funded monetization. I still don't have the watch hours for that either, but it looks like it's available here now. So that means I have the subscribers enough for that. I just need watch hours, you guys. So that just makes it a little bit more of a closer to getting something before Christmas. Hello, Michi. Thank you for stopping by, and thank you to everyone for lurking, because I know that that's a thing here. We don't have time to sit with our fingers down in our keyboards. We want to crochet and do other things. Neil is going to work. Hello, Harneil. Welcome. Yeah, it is awesome news. So, I'm a little bit more than halfway to the fan funded monetization level. So there's still a way to go. It's still a lot of hours. But I'm working on it. You guys, I'm here now. That's, a part of it is actually doing stuff. I can't just sit around and like wait for the hours to jump in my lap. That's not going to happen. I have to hang out with you guys and I have to produce content and have things that you can look at to bring the hours to me. So I have a haul that just recently, was it Friday? Friday something, Saturday maybe. I don't know when I released the haul video, but it's there if you haven't seen that, where I show some new yarn. And yes, you can see it here also, but if you want to see more of it, yes. Robin says nice backdrop. Y'all, thank you, Robin, for hanging out with me and giving me some input in how to arrange these things, because I never know what I'm going to have where and what looks good, because also you guys see the stuff behind me more than I see it, because I keep, checking the chat and other things, so I don't really pay attention to it. But hopefully this is something you like to look at when you're not just looking at me. Mango margaritas, is that what ABD is having today? Sounds like you're gonna have some fun. Or are you maybe already having fun? But it sounds yummy. Well, I see it as like baby steps towards getting somewhere on the YouTubes. But if I'm not putting anything out there, it's not going to come back to me. But a new camera so that you can see what I'm doing is a step on the way. I did get some upgrades for my computer because it's, there was other things that I was able to upgrade on my computer without breaking the bank, and also thanks to the kindness of the heart of people here. I I felt that there was money that I could spend on things like that that's going to improve the stuff I put out there for you. Neil, you need people to stream with, and if I want to stream with, yeah, definitely I'm going to come and hang out with you. Are you saying that Robin is boring? I don't think that's what he's saying. I think him trying to get away from being boring is, also streaming with Robin. The small cakes behind me on my left, the small cakes, are we talking on these ones? These are the Hobie Twister Solids. But Twister Solids and Friends Wheel are pretty much the same yarn. So yeah, this is Twister Solids, and we have some twisters there. Not the one on top, but the other 4 is twisters. Here we got some more twisters. There's a few twisters on the bottom here. That's not a twister. That's a sparkly Sultan Deluxe. And behind, I still have all my 8/4 cottons behind there, but I don't like the look of them. And this, all of this is the new yarns. These I had before, but all of these other is new. So I figured I'm going to put them here because I like this more than what I had before. But I have plans. Basically, we have one shawl and another shawl. Not sure exactly if the yellow is going to be there, but my plan is to put yellow in as a feature of the hot pink. And all the black is for my Dawned on Me cardigan that I need to put sleeves on, but I didn't have enough yarn to do that, so I needed to do that, and the Twister Solid was finally on sale, and I was able to get them. What do we have? And we got some Christmas yarns. Oh, when I opened, because I opened a box last Sunday. You guys saw that. If you were here last Sunday, I opened the box of some of these twisters, not the twisters. The twisters and the azaleas, they came in a different haul, but the other ones I opened Sunday last stream together with Christmas yarns. I had those Christmas yarns, But I also had another Christmas yarn, and I started a shawl, and the shawl is finished. So you guys got to see me start it last Sunday, and a week later it's finished. So here it is. And it didn't take me a week because I've done this and this. I started this Thursday and it's Sunday. So from Thursday till today, this is what I've been working on. I did take this with me when I went to a birthday party yesterday. It was a birthday party in the bowling alley and all sorts of things. I didn't do any crocheting in the bowling alley. I actually did bowl. I failed miserably, but I did bowl. I got one strike. That's, yeah, one strike. But yeah, the sparkle. Oh, and you guys, I haven't even looked how pretty these colors are in the camera. I actually didn't expect the gray to actually look this green, but it looks more green than I thought it was. Because to me, like the ball of yarn looked pretty much gray and red, but there's greens in here. I'm not mad about it. I like it. I'm just surprised that something that looks gray in pictures and in the skein when I was holding it, it didn't look this green at all. It looked gray. But sparkles, yes. And if I would wear this, which I'm going to, it's going to look something like this. Which I think is really nice. Yeah. Shawls take me, I don't know, it depends on what it is. I started this Sunday. I was finished sometime midweek. But it also depends on all other things I do. Like I don't just sit around and crochet 24/7. I do have family and I have to do other things as well. Even though I wish I could crochet for all day, every day. But I can get, I know that I'd manage to get like 2 shawls out in a week. Yes, gaming headphones. Niecy's little man says he likes my gaming headphones. They are gaming headphones. So, yes. The yarn I'm using for the Virus Meets Granny, it's Sultan, just a regular Cotton King Sultan, and the color is 29. It's really, really lovely pastel type of colors. I don't really love bowling ABD. I'm not very good at it. I have occasionally dropped the ball, when you're back here before it kind of fell backwards. So I don't like to make a fool of myself in the bowling alley, so I don't usually do it very often. Yes. Yeah, it is very Christmassy, and I'm going to use it for Christmas or, Christmas season. Hello, Rudy. But I do have the other Christmas yarn that has more greens in it, and you can even see that there's greens in it from over here. Well, I am a gamer. At heart, I am a gamer, but I can't game all the time. My computer wasn't happy about it, and I found crochet, and I don't have time for games right now. If I have enough yarn in the Sultan cake to finish a shawl, yes. Well, the Sultan cakes, which is basically the regular Sultan cakes and dahlias and azaleas, they all have 800 meters. How much is that in yards? 874 yards, 200 grams, 7 ounces. I get a nice shawl out of these. Definitely. The twisters and Sultan Deluxe, I have Sultan Deluxe over here. They are all 1,000 meters. So there is more yarn. But not only is there more yarn, the twisters and the Sultans, they're, twisted together. It's one strand of yarn, well, 4 or 6 strands of yarn, but they're all twisted together. And in the azaleas and the dahlias and the regular sultans, you get the 4 strands not twisted together. They're like 4 actual separated strands, which makes these more easy to make. These have one extra step in the process when they make them, which means that they have to charge more for them. So they are cheaper, these types of cakes, for the different reasons. One reason being one step less in the manufacturing with not having to twist this, to twist them. You can even see how the colors are twisted together. And you don't see that in here. You get this kind of stripy almost looking yarn. But there's more yarn in these. Like you can look at, the Sultan Deluxe, it's so much more expensive. Why is it more expensive? Well, it is how much more yarn? 1.8 ounce more, because this is 250 grams, 8.8 ounces, and this is only, what did we say, 7 ounces? So yeah, 1.8 ounces more yarn. But also, instead of 800 meters, 874 yards, you have 1,000 meters or 1,093 yards. So why would you get, why would this be more expensive? Yes, reasons. And if you haven't ordered from Hobbii before, you might not know this. But I only need one cake to make a shawl. Yes. Hello, Cryptomeria. Yes. The Sultan Deluxe and the Sultan, now I'm holding an azalea, but the Sultans and the dahlias, they are all 100% cotton. The azalea and the twisters are all a mixed fiber. Let's just switch them out and get the mixed fibers. In the azalea, we have 52% cotton and 42% acrylic. And the twister is 55% cotton and 45% acrylic, but it's the same amount, like yardage, as the deluxe. Hello, Lulu. So both these are a mix of acrylic and cotton. And this is actually the first time I got the azaleas. I did get this Homebush, I think this is, and I don't know what this one's named on the top of my head, but I'm loving the colors, and it's going to be interesting to work with these, because Dawn got one of these and she's been really like, oh, it's so soft, it's like the softest yarn. And I was like, yeah, well, if you have it, then I need to try it, because as you see, I love my Hobbii. But here you can also see the twister has the strands twisted, so you get the striped effect. Also, one thing that I prefer with the yarns that's not twisted together, that the strands are like these ones, where they're not twisted together, you get a more drapey result in the end, because it's like when the strands are twisted together, they are, one step more processed. So in one way, it feels like it is a little bit of I get a little bit more of a drapey feel using them. But these are definitely really, really soft with the acrylic and stuff in it. So everything is depending on like what do you want to make. I can show you a shawl that I just did out of one of these 800 meter cakes. We have Halloween limited edition colorway, Dahlia, 800 meters. You can't even see me because it's so big. This is one cake. Virus pattern. So it is really, it's definitely doable. Like most my shawls are one cake shawls. Now I fold it up in half, and you still don't see me. Yeah, it's folded up in half, and it's still like the wingspan is big enough for not showing outside of the screen. But yeah, to get the colors, they're really pretty. So yeah, one shawl is or one cake for a shawl. That's what I do. Yeah, the cotton acrylic blends are really nice. For sure, Lulu. Cotton for towels and sheets. Well, yeah. Hello, Chris. How are you? The untwisted are fluffier. Yeah, it feels like the stitches get a little bit more, maybe fluffed up. But I am a loose crocheter, so everything just feels nice and drapey because of that. I often downsize hook. My go-to hook is a 3.25, but I've definitely done 3.5 and also 3. I did this one with a 3 millimeter, and just my loose stitches. Hello, scale model ninja. I'm a featherhead. Yes, I wanted to do something different, and the horn season is over, and I didn't feel like Christmas is there yet. So I just had to, in between, do something different, and you haven't seen this one before. I see a lot of hellos. Nana Michelle is working with a Dahlia number 6. Number 6. Okay. I don't know all the colors by heart, so just because we're talking about it, I need to go and look. Number 6 is... Oh. Okay. I'm not going to keep it to myself. Number 6 is Purple Gem. Come on. Pop up. There we go. And that one's really pretty too. Yes, I have not had that one. But I can show you a blanket and a few that I did in another Dahlia cake. I'm just going to scroll a little bit in the chat. Nana Michelle likes using 4mm with a Dahlia. Yeah, definitely if you're a tighter crocheter, 4mm is a good choice. Hello, howdy do, Granny D. I didn't get to hear you say bougie today, but yeah, cheers with my Coca-Cola because I'm bougie. I just love Granny D's accent when she says bougie. It's just, it puts a smile on my face every time. You make lace with these types of yarn or a different type of yarn, more like lace yarns? The broccoli is multitasking. Well, we know that you can do it, so. You're even going to use a sewing needle and you'd get bored at laundry. Sewing needle to crochet with? Hello, Mint. You finally allowed to talk. Well, you're welcome. So, speaking of dahlias, and speaking of another color, let's change to the color. This is the color I want to talk about because I have a blanket that I used to have hanging out behind me as a backdrop, but now I just changed what I have on my chair. But this is the blanket. But you get to see it with my new fancy camera, and you get to see like more details and stuff. You actually get to see it because the camera's good and the colors show up more, you know, better. Yes. So I did use the cake that you see, and now you don't get to see it anymore because I'm going to go back to myself here so you get to see the blanket better. But yes, here is the blanket in its full glory. I made this with 4 cakes, starting with the first cake on the inside of the cake, from the pink. No, wait, from the outside to the inside. From the inside to the outside. From the outside to the inside, and from the inside to the outside. So this is 4 cakes. That's what you can do if you don't want to, color control. You get this more of, it's not stripy, but it is more like sections. Yes, Granny D is going to make a short for me saying bougie so I can listen to it whenever I want it. That's awesome. Thank you. Nana Michelle is so tired. Yeah, the colors of this is really pretty. But yeah, I did this for my 3-year-old's birthday. So it's not the biggest blanket, but it is for a kid. And I would use 2 cakes to make a baby blanket. So you can basically see a baby blanket doing it like this would be, well, kind of like this big in the dahlia. Yeah, basically from where my fingertips are is basically 2 cakes-ish, depending on what type of border you'd put. And I'd say that's a pretty good size of a baby blanket. So I like 2 cake baby blankets. I did use the 3.25 hook for this one. And it's a hooked on sunshines pattern. And I love the hooked on sunshines pattern. So that's why I do a lot of them. And what now is hanging out on my chair that used to have it is now my heart collector shawl. This is a crochet along that I finished not very long ago. But you get to see the full colors with the new camera. You actually get to see what the colors look like in, good lighting and good camera. So the outside color here is the same as I did the heart. And it's really ruffly. You don't even see the ruffles. Yeah, you do see some ruffles over here. But it's really big wingspans with ruffles. But today is just hanging out here and being very pretty. For a big bed, 5 or 6, I would probably need more than 5 or 6 because, the bigger it gets, the longer each row gets. I don't know if you could tell here on the end, middle of the yellow to the pink, like this is 1 cake, but it only added a really short amount. And, the bigger it gets, the longer the rounds and the faster the cake's going to go without it growing. So I don't know. Like, I know people are making these for bigger beds. And I don't know how much they would use, actually. But I'm definitely saying more than 5 or 6. I think maybe closer to 10, depending on the size of your bed. And I might be, that might not be enough. I don't know, actually. Trish in New Zealand is hanging out in the... Oh, you've been weeding the orchard. You'd rather stay home and knit. Well, that's perfectly fine that you want to do that, but weeding the orchard sounds like something that you need to do. Thank you, Granny D. I'm not a wizard. I'm following patterns. I wish I was a wizard, but thank you guys. The pattern of the ruffly shawl behind me, it's available on the Ravelry as well. It's the Heart Collector Crochet Along. I'm not very good at this with the links. I tried to remember to put them in the description box afterwards. And when Dawn is here, she's dropping the links left, right, and center. So she's making me not have to do that type of thing, which is probably very stupid because I'm not learning from that. So let's get some patterns dropped. So the blanket I just showed you is a whatchamacallit. We'll get the link for that one. I'm just gonna say rainbow blanket because I am getting a little bit of a, you need to not just drop naked links. So we're not dropping any naked links. But that's what we're talking about there. And the heart collector, we're copying that one. Well, a naked link is when you only drop a link and don't state what it's for. So people don't know what it's, if you click on it, where are you expected to find yourself? Something I learned from being told that I'm not allowed to drop naked links. Doing edges is heavy, yes. Oh, you don't like that it gets dark so early, Granny D? But that's just, another reason for just hang out in a comfy chair and crochet. Yeah, it's depressing with no sunlight. It is. Granny D needs to become a wizard then and finish all the things that you've started over the years. Do we dare to ask? Are you going to count what's in Mount Whitmore? How many things do we think lives there? Thank you, Cryptomaria. So what are you guys working on today? I showed you what I'm working on. If you want to show me what you're working on, I do have in the description my Facebook group linked, because that's a way for you to show me what you're doing, because I'm nosy like that and I like to know what you guys are doing too. And some people are, creating content and showing me what they're doing, and some people are working on getting community tabs and posting only things in the community tabs on their channels, because that's also a way of kind of making a little bit of a photo gallery. But if you are not like that either, my Facebook group is a way of at least showing me what you're doing and maybe find someone else posting pictures that inspires you. I know I'm not the best at keeping track of my Facebook group because I started it recently and I need to get better at things. So yes. Okay, Robin, you go and have fun. I know that you are doing a collaboration of some sort and you have a premiere scheduled now because you said that was the rules of the thing. I don't mind that you're doing things that would, take you away from hanging out with me. I'm okay with that. But yeah, thank you and please come back. I would love to have you back here because you're awesome to hang out with. Robin was a great company, helping me arrange the things behind me, all my new yarn, because I wasn't sure of like how to put it in here. What do you want to see? What should I have? I think these are my like highlight spots where I had the Halloween yarns before, because I think you see them pretty good. But I know that I also twist and turn and you don't see everything all the time. So yeah. Mint is doing stuff that involves blood and body parts. I don't think YouTube's gonna like that, but I'm intrigued. But yeah, I don't need the gory pictures. Yeah. I did at some point in my life, and this might sound really odd, but I had a little of an idea for a couple of years of becoming oh, what's the word in English? Person that does autopsies. Maybe a weird one, but yeah, that kind of, you know, it's a mystery. Like, why did this person die? Kind of thing. So yeah, it was a little bit of a. I like mysteries and thriller thingies and murder mysteries on TV. So. The roughly shawl pattern, 95 crowns. That's about, I'm not exactly sure, but about, is it $9 ish? Yeah, it isn't more of an expensive pattern. It is a collaboration between a Swedish yarn store and a Swedish designer. And if you buy the yarn in the yarn store, you will get the pattern for free. So I guess that's a little bit of a thing with that. Thank you, Skill Model Ninja. Yeah, that's probably the word for it in English. Yes. You go and enjoy your lunch, Granny D, and you get fat and sassy, and you come out and hang out here and be bougie with us after. Yes. Burnt waffle cones. You are here while Robin is gone. Okay. Hello, Lori. Medical examiner. Yeah, that also sounds that very, sounds very, very in exactly describing what I would like to do or at that point in life wanted to do. Hello, Kelly. How are you? What's for lunch or dinner at Granny D's? I had sausage today that I baked in the oven. We have a Swedish delicacy that's called falukorv, which is basically a very thick sausage and red wrapping thingy that you have to take out. Peel it because it's plastic. And then I sliced it and I put ketchup and mustard on it and just tossed it around, put some cheese on it into the oven, and I had mashed potatoes with that. Very basic food. But the kids eat it. So, Sunday, just want to get the kids happy and eat. Yeah, you don't always have the energy to do fancy stuff. The heart collector shawl, I used 3 of the 800 meters, 200 grams cakes. And I took it apart. I took all the 3 cakes apart so that I would have the colors gradually fade into this ombre. So there's 3 cakes, which is quite a lot of yarn. I have fibers all over my place. No, it wasn't fibers. This was from the feathers. I do know that I took a picture. Can we share the picture of what the yarn looked like when I had it all cut up? So this is what 3 cakes of yarn look like when you just deconstruct it. But you don't really see the colors, unfortunately. But yeah, you did get to see what it looks like, at least. It's a lot of yarn. I had like 2 stacks over here with them. But the pattern calls for either 1,000, 2,000, or 3,000 meters, depending on the size. So there's like a kid size, a size if you're a short person or a small person, and then a large person. And I did go for the large, even though I don't have enough yarn for it, but I just went as far as I could. And yeah, because it's more yarn than for the medium size anyway. Kelly had a nap. That sounds like a good time. Well, nice to see you, Lulu. Yeah, you go and have fun with Robin Neal. Lori made a bean soup with ham, bone, and cornbread, Rice Krispie treats, and no-bake chocolate oatmeal, no-bake cookies. Comfort food. I saw a picture today. It looked like a really awesome Halloween type of thing. Rice Krispie treats with food coloring in to get like the perfect color of meat, like minced meat, raw meat. And someone made Rice Krispie treats in that color and got like the styrofoam things from the butcher that you get meat in, and made like beef patty type things with the Rice Krispie treats, and then wrapped it like a meat, but put labels on it being like mystery meat or roadkill patties and things. That looked like a fun thing to do for Halloween. Like, it was gory, but it's Rice Krispie treats. Hello, Aisha. How are you? Hope you're doing good. Is that a common thing to like get things to look like something else to make it more spooky? I don't know. I do have my yarn bowl, which is not a yarn bowl, really. It's full of yarn though. I'm going to move the yarn to the side so you actually see what I'm talking about here. But my yarn bowl, which is in the same series as my coffee cups, actually is a sad bowl, or not very well looking bowl. And I did do for Halloween, is it 2 years ago, maybe 3 years ago, that I put guacamole in this. And then I put like the tortilla chips all around it, but some of the guacamole like spilled out on the table. Because that's what you're supposed to do with these, right? So Halloween guacamole. It was fun though. Like, eating guacamole off the table isn't something we normally do. And I did put some something underneath to protect the table. But I use this as my yarn bowl. Because it's not like I can eat soup out of it. And it's cute, right? I don't want to have it just hidden in my cupboard with all the other things that I don't use very often. I like this one too much to do that. But yeah, I have some yarn in it. Oh, and now the yarn is a mess because I took it out. It's all good. Yeah, so that's a thing with Halloween decorations. That's food that looks really weird. I don't remember if it was for Halloween. One year I bought blue potatoes. Like, the potatoes are blue, but the mashed potatoes turn out like purple. It really did not look very appetizing. I'll tell you that much. And then I did like a beef stew. So a brown beef stew with purple mashed potatoes. Yep. So I'm thinking, I know I had a lot of fun things I wanted to talk about. Did I talk about all of them? Because, when I have things in my head, I have plans. I need to share my stuff. But did we... You do red, white, and blue potatoes for 4th of July. Well, I'm guessing you're not mixing them up, but you can make other things in fun colors for that, right? Yeah, because just mashing them would not make a pretty color. But it would be fun to do like fries, I guess, with that. Blue fries, red fries, and or is the potatoes actually red, or is it just the peel of the potatoes? Because I've seen red skinned or red peeled potatoes. But I don't know if I've seen red potatoes here. There's probably some out there. I just haven't seen them. I'm thinking like if I wanted something really red, I would probably go for beetroots because they are more red. Yeah, the peel is red. Yeah, we have a lot of those for Christmas usually. Red peeled potatoes, like that's the right season here, so I like to make some of the Christmas foods with the red potatoes. I don't know why. It's weird though. My mom liked to use the red skinned potatoes for the Christmas foods, and just because she likes it and she always did it like that, I kind of just do the same, and I don't even know why. But I'm guessing she tried some of the foods in other ways and or with other potatoes, but it just feels like, yeah, no, we need the red potatoes because it's a tradition. Then again, we do have really nice apples with a really, really deep red color that we like to have for Christmas too. Not only because they're red, deep red, but they're just really yummy. Old Swedish tradition for a Christmas food table would be to have a pig's head in the center of the table. Like it would be decorated and yeah, you put it in the oven and stuff, so it's like fully cooked. You could eat it if you wanted to, but then you decorate it like you would decorate it like a gingerbread cookie with white frosting and do patterns and things, but it has to have a red apple in the mouth because that's just a centerpiece. A pig's head with a red apple. Christmas traditions, you guys. Then again, pig's feet was also a tradition to be eaten at Christmas. I never had it. I don't want it. For Christmas, it feels like you should have celebratory food, and I don't know how pig feet ended up being a celebratory type of food. It's not a comfort food, in my opinion. But yeah, traditions can be weird like that. Oh, you guys, 50 thumbs up. Thank you. Thank you so much. Feels like it's still going to be a long way to the monetization things, even though it is a little bit easier now when YouTube did put the fan-funded monetization to be available here. I wonder where, like, if it's like they tested it in the US to see how it works. Is it available worldwide now? Or is it still like certain places? Hello, Crossover Paranormal Society. How are you, Jonathan? Nice to see you. But yeah, there's still a lot of watch hours to go, and I'm slowly seeing it increase every day. So thank you everyone for watching my stuff. I see people watching the replays, and I see people more and more commenting on my videos, which is awesome. So far, I'm still able to keep up and answer every comment I get, and I'm going to continue doing that until I get too many comments for doing that. But so far, I'm totally fine answering everyone's comments, which is really nice. Let's see, am I at the center now? Yes, so here we need to put a corner. So what are you guys doing now? It did go quiet. I know Robin and Neil ran away to do the premiere thing, and they're going to be back in a bit. And people are lurking in my bushes. Thank you guys. It's a fun place to hang out. I do it all the time. I usually say hi and hello, letting people know that I'm there, and usually I'm just crocheting away. Too busy with my hands to be, chatting away. At least most of the time. Sometimes I feel extra chatty and I just chat away. But I don't get very much crochet done when that happens. You know? Mara is listening from the bushes. Are you crocheting away? You're going live later, so I'm guessing you need to rest because you were live for a bit with Carrie the Yarny Elephant, and then you're doing a live in how many hours? Oh, Rita, hello. You're working on beaded Christmas stars. That sounds pretty. Are you crocheting and putting beads on things, or is it some type of other crafty things with beads? Kelly is bringing up the Christmas craft stuff and packing the fall crafts. A lot of work. Well, I can imagine that you have a lot of things that you need to move around if you're changing season with all that's going on in your craft room on a daily basis during the weeks. You're just crafting away, upcycling, recycling, making a lot of home decor type of things, which is awesome and inspiring to a lot of people. But yeah, if you're changing season, you have a lot of things to move places. Carla is crocheting a cable blanket for your daughter-in-law. A cable blanket. Are you doing a lot of post stitches type of cables? Or is there other techniques I have missed out on? Because I've done cable type things with post stitches. Grönländsk pärlteknik. Okay, so that's totally something different from crocheting. Do you have anything posted on your channel, Rita, showing what you're doing? Or have you, post a picture in my Facebook group or something? Because I'm curious to what that would look like. I want to see. Oh, you're doing a bag o' day pattern, the cable blanket. So yeah, I'm guessing post stitches because that's what I've seen her do. What colors are you using? Yes, I'm nosy. I want to have all the details. I want to get inspirations. Oh yes, something else that I haven't talked about. It came to me. Awesome. 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 Yeah, okay. So you are prepping for the live later. Awesome, Mara. Yeah, you can type Scrapdolls to have your link dropped in my chat because Nightbot is good at that. But thank you, ABD, for helping to share some links too. Let's see. I'm just gonna keep the group thingy up here so that I can approve you if I need to. Yes. For anyone and everyone that wants to join in the Facebook group. If you want to share stuff right now, we could show pictures. So Let me know if you want to join, and I'll approve you, and you can post links or links, put pictures, and we can look at them together. Michelle is lurking. You're putting braids in your daughter's hair. Micro braids. Yeah, that's taking forever, I guess. And you're taking a break from making Christmas presents. Oh, it's a secret that you're making Christmas presents. I get it. A bright red cable blanket. That sounds Christmassy. I guess it also depends on the pattern, but bright red makes me think of Christmas. And yeah, there's also the Facebook. Thank you, Brett, for getting it easily, you know, for people to finally find it easily. Yes, language, thoughts, they collide. It's not easy sometimes, you guys. I very often hear that, oh, but you don't sound like you're from somewhere else. Like, how long have you been in Sweden? Well, yes, I've always been in Sweden because I'm born and raised here. And apparently, that people don't really believe that occasionally. But yes, words don't always come to me when I need them. Your daughter-in-law loves the lipstick color called Victory Red. It's named that because of the lipstick the girls wore during the war. Yeah, okay. I'm totally seeing red lipstick during that time period. So that makes sense. Hello, Gloria. How are you? So how are you guys liking my somewhat rearranged backdrop? And the camera quality. Are you as happy as I am with the camera quality? I did realize something. It's really good to have a better camera, but there's one thing I'm not 100% happy with. I realized that it's a bit too good, and you don't really see it now because I have all this on. But I need to do something on touching up my roots because it was really visible with the new camera that my hair is a little bit of a mess. I'm sorry. It's the silliest thing, but I was like, my camera quality is as good that I need to keep my hair in a better shape, because I know you probably don't really care about that, but it was to me like, yeah. It's silly. It's silly. I was thinking about fixing my, something to be pretty for the holidays, but that's a month away before I felt like I really need to do something for Christmas and New Year's. I like to brighten up the color of my hair to something fun. Yeah, EBD's laughing at me. It's a silly thing. It's the smallest thing. But I am an educated hairdresser. So to me it's a bit different. I think about things like that a bit more often than some other people do because I like it. Welcome back, Neil. Did you have a fun time? Premiere time at Robin's. I'm gonna go and look at that video later. Yes. Just because I couldn't see it when it was premiering, it doesn't mean I'm not gonna watch it. Nope, I'm gonna see it later. But the chat was a little more quiet when you guys were gone. So I'm happy to see you back here again. So, the other thing I remembered that I wanted to talk about today that I totally forgot is that I am trying to put myself in, outside of my comfort zone and doing things I'm not very comfortable with. YouTube was one thing, like when I started the YouTubes, It was putting myself outside my comfort zone, and it took a long time before I started showing my face. Another step out of my comfort zone. Next step out of my comfort zone, I am going in the end of this month to, well, I'm going to grab all my stuff before then. I'm going to prep, but I'm going to do a Christmas market thing. I'm going to sell my stuff in a public space. I don't know how that's going to be. I know you guys have been like, oh, do you sell your stuff? Well, yeah, not really, because I am too afraid to leave my house to do that, kind of. Um, but I've gotten to know someone here in town, and we're going to do it together. So I have someone to hold my hand through it. But I kind of feel like that's what I need. Like, I don't want to do it all by myself because it's scary. And I have no idea. I need to, you know, prepare my things, block shawls, because I want them to look pretty. I need to, I can't just do it a little bit. Like, I'm going all in. So I'll be blocking things, I'll be prepping things. This shawl is gonna probably end up at that, I do a lot of shawls, and I'm not feeling like I should switch up and do a lot of other things because I don't really have, a lot of time left before that. But I am definitely going to make some more stuff. Oh, I see things in my Facebook group now. So this is Rita Stars. We are now, let's get them up here. Yeah, that's a bit different to most of the stuff I've seen with beads. My world of crochet, that's going to be absolutely fine. You can do it. Yeah, it's just scary because I haven't done it before. And I've been wanting to sell stuff, but I haven't found the right platform. And most of the people here that would like to support me and that likes the things I do, you guys are all overseas. Not everyone, but and then the shipping will be an issue. So, hello, Chris. Neil, my insecurities and is one of the big reasons to why I don't sell stuff. Robin, I got it. I didn't say that you talked too much. I said it got quiet when you left, but that doesn't mean you talk too much. I love having you guys here. So, Rita, you learned this when you were in 9th grade and your mom dragged you to classes. So, you learned this not in school, but in some other type of class? Is it done with like a plastic thread, like a fishing wire? Because it kind of looks a little bit see-through from what I can see between the beads. Yeah, those are cool. Are you gonna put them in the Christmas tree? Pink and green is not... Well, I like pink and green together. But I don't think this type of green is what I would put with a pink. It's interesting. But I like more neon-y greens or more bluish green, like emerald green. Emerald green or teals. Yes. Oh, it's an order, so it's not for yourself either. So craft classes, a nylon thread, but yeah, nylon see-through, kind of similar to um, fishing wire, or is that what fishing line? Isn't that type of the same? Very similar though. Oh, Neil needs to find a new doctor. Yes, that's important. You need to take care of yourself. So yes, please do. Don't want you falling over at work. So yes, I'm doing a Christmas market type thing. So that's gonna take some time for me to do all of them things, and it's on a Sunday. But good thing with my live streams is my live streams are late. So if I'm not totally beat, I'll still be live streaming afterwards, and you'll get like first impressions, first everything, like how did it go, all of that is my plan. But it's still a little bit to go, so I have time to, market prep and show you guys what I'm doing before that as well. Hopefully, yes. But making a few more items is definitely on my to-do list. Well, hello, Christine. How are you? Oh, so it's not an elastic thread. Christine in the house. Yes, all is well. And also my partner in crime is on vacation and is taking some time off of the YouTubes. If you just came in here, Hobie Bingo tomorrow with Dawn Yarndall is canceled because she's on vacation. All good though. All good. But yeah, for those who didn't know, now you do. Let's see here. Can we find the right stitch? 1, 2, 3. There. That's where we go. So, Christine, how's your Hexie cardigan going? Have you figured things out yet? Or do you need help? Oh, and if you weren't aware, you have the power to the kingdom. You can sneak into the basement if you want to hang out. The door is open because you have the key. Just saying. Just saying. Um, mm, mm, mm. Well, I'm happy to see you here, my world of crochet, and I hope you have a great rest of your day. Yes. Or maybe night. Am I correct? You're in the Netherlands. You're close to me. We're in the same time zone. So yeah, it's late for you too, because it's 11:23 p.m. But that doesn't mean I need to go to bed, because I'm a night owl, so I'm hanging out here as I always do on my Sunday evenings / nights. What, Robin? I don't know. I don't know what's what. Uh, 4:24 p.m. at Michelle Jenkins. Well, I totally get that you need to sleep to go to work. I totally get it. So it was nice to see you here, and I see you on the YouTube streets. I've seen that you do a lot of Hobie stuff too. So I I like that. Like I always vacuum YouTube to see, is there more Hobie stuff out there? Did I miss out on something? Is there any Hobie yarns that I have not yet to try that I should have, that I need to? Like, show me your Hobie hauls. Yes. Like, yes, please. Thank you very much. That is one of my biggest guilty pleasures. Vacuuming Hobie yarn hauls out of the YouTubes. And hearing other people's thoughts, impressions, and yeah, because I can't buy it all. And I really wish Hobie would sponsor me, but that's another day. Maybe. But just because doesn't mean I can't drool. Like, I can drool over all the other Hobie yarns, and maybe one day I will get to try some of the other stuff. But until then, I'm just gonna drool. Yes. Try the ones behind you first. Well, yeah, and that. Yeah, Friends, Will, Multi, and Twister. I'm pretty much, you know, pretty much sure that they're rebranding what used to be Twister into what is now Friends, and try to change, because they have this whole Friends series, the Friends line, and they're just trying to like merge Twister into that so that the colors would coordinate more, because the whole Friends series, they have Friends Cottons, Friends Wool, Friends Mohair, Friends Silk, Friends Wheel. They all have like if you go for like color number 5 in a Friends yarn and you look at color number 5 in another of the Friends yarn, they will be as close as possible in color. Of course, the different fibers have different ways of soaking up the color, but if you want like this yellow, and this is a cotton acrylic blend, if you want to have this and you hold it together with a mohair, and you go to, well, this is not the Friends series, but because I don't have any Friends yarn yet, but this is the colorway 152. So colorway 152 would be the same in the Friends wheel, as the equivalent would be, and whatever other Friends you want to mix it with. And I really like that. But it feels like they're redoing the Twisters because they have now the Friends Wheel Multi. Okay, I haven't gotten there yet. I want them. I need them. Those colors are gorgeous. And I hope that they're going to get more soon, because it looks like they're going to have more soon. But it's not the first time Hobie renames things, or maybe not Hobie itself, but the Sultan. All the yarns that you now know as Sultan Deluxe, Sultan Pastello, they used to be twirls, I think. And it was very similar to the Sheepies Whirls series. Or, yeah, so they rebranded it to now Sultan. And that's where all the mystery cake bags came from. That they had all the yarn with the old name. So they had to basically just rip all the ball bands off with the old name, and then they made cake bags with mystery yarns to get rid of that inventory. Robin wants me to do something with the sparkle ones, the blue and purple. We're talking about these ones, right? My Universe Regal the Star is the colorway, and Regal the Star is colorway number 26. It's gorgeous. And look at what my camera can do. Like, it can really show you what it looks like. You see the silvery blue sparkles in this? I'm sorry that I'm a bit shaky, but thank you guys for the awesome quality camera. Yeah, because donations to my channel goes towards making my channel better. And me getting some more yarns, but yes. Yeah, Hobie, I don't know what they need for, for you to qualify to get sponsored by them, but I do know that they have more collaborations with people that makes patterns. And I do make patterns. I just haven't gotten so far to publish them yet. So, but yes, the more people like my content, the more likes I get, the more watch hours I get, they might see me and want to sponsor me. Yes, of course. Christine, the Hobie yarn size scale. What are we talking about? Are we talking about the cottons, the 84, 86, 88? Or are we talking about something else? Because I know that the weight of the Hobie yarns is not always the same, but a lot of the yarns are not scaled or like classified by Hobie. It's by the manufacturers that put the stuff, like how like weights of the yarn, like the thickness, and yes. Mm-mm-mm. Yeah, the Friends series, so that you can mix and match with different fibers, is a really nice concept. And they do have, I don't even know all the yarns that is in the Friends series, or the collection of the Friends yarns, but there is a bunch of them. We can actually look at that. I think we have, no, they haven't. Oh, but they do there. The Friends series of yarns. We got extra fine merino, cotton silk, the Friends wheel, that is basically Twister, Friends Cotton 88, Friends Cotton 84, Friends Cotton 86, Friends Cotton 84 mercerized, Friends Wheel multi, Twister cakes with all the colors, yarn packs, Friends Cotton 84 in a print, Friends wool, and Kid silk. So there's a bunch of different fibers that you can mix and match to your heart's desire. If you like to hold, multiple strands at once of, maybe, fluff it up with a merino or Kid silk to add to something else. Michelle also loves my camera. Yes. So do I. Well, their application type of thing doesn't include YouTube as an option to like where like your platform. And I don't post on Facebook, and I barely post on Instagram. So I would be lying saying, "Oh, I'm going to post everything, on Instagram," because I'm crappy at doing that. And that's just, I'm honest in that way, YouTube is my thing. I have never tried ice yarns yet. No. Not yet. Well, Neil, you travel home safe. TBG. Well, you're welcome to pop in and hit the like button. Thank you very much. 5 days to Halloween. Am I saying that right? Is Nightbot telling us it's 5 days to Halloween? It does. What's up with Nightbot? I'm going to time him out for that, because that's not correct. We're disabling it. Halloween is over. But we can enable Christmas instead, because I do have that. See if that works better. Yes, and Scrapdolls is to pop your link into the chat, so you can be friends with your friends, or, make new friends. Yes. It's awesome. I love the Nightbot feature. I'm happy that I found him, and I'm happy that I can make this work. Yes. I have looked at ice yarns before, just going back to what Christine said about ice yarns, if I tried it. I've never tried it, and I'm not sure what I would get from there. A lot of the yarns are basically like buying straight from a factory. So there are a lot of yarns that is, known under other names, other brands, but at a totally different type of pricing. And the prices look really good, but the shipping is not as good. Um, and I know to buy from them, to add on that, I would also have to pay um, customs and handling fees on the package itself because it comes from outside the EU. So that would be, another reason I don't really dare to buy from there, because I'm limited in my yarn budget. Um, which is probably hard to imagine seeing in my backdrop, but a lot of this is gifts. Gifts and I did sell some of my items and I bought new yarn for that. And but my last two orders were all gifted. That's all gifts. Um from my subscribers, which I really appreciate, and you guys are awesome. Like these four twister cakes, I managed to snatch like the deal of the day from Hobie. If you are a Hobie Plus member, you do get 3 free patterns a month, but you also get like a daily deal of the day, and that will change to whatever they decide the deal of the day is. Sometimes it's really good, and sometimes it's just not stuff you want. So, depending on what it is, you might get some. This is also deal of the day. I got this, but I was gonna put an order in either way. I just realized, oh, the deal of the day is actually something I want, so that's why I got this. And I didn't really need any more yarn, but when the deal of the day was Twister at 65% off. Plus I had a discount code for 10% more off on top of that. And you guys had been very generous to me last Sunday. It just happened. Okay, but I did get a new camera and I did get some new parts for my computer, so it's running smoother and it's doing more things and it's working better. Hopefully I don't know how much of that you noticed, but you noticed the difference of the camera, which I really appreciate. And also the fact that I can show you guys. I can show you guys what I'm doing and you can literally count the strands in my yarns. Like, just look at this. It takes a few seconds, but it's really good at showing stuff these days. Yes. Yes. Divergent crafter. I'm your resident Hobie lover. Yes. All things Hobie. I did go through all of the stuff in my backdrop. This yarn is available on Hobie, but I also occasionally find it in my grocery store. Cookie is. Can you see this? Can you see this little thing here? You might be able to see it. If it takes a little bit. It's a Swedish flag. It's a Sweden. So Cookie is a Swedish yarn. Well, it's not a Swedish yarn, but the brand that buys this from the manufacturer and put the cookie labels and it's from Sweden. But I have mentioned it before. Cookie is not only bought by the manufacturer to become, Cookie that you can find at Hobie, but you can also find it as Sirdar Jewel Spun or Red Heart Roll with It Melange. If you didn't know, you might know now. The Cookie is most yard for the money, most yardage for the pricing, because these cakes are the biggest. Sirdar Jewel Spun is smaller, and Roll with It Melange is also a little bit smaller. And Ika Maxi, Rita. Ika Maxi. But some of the colors are like specific to some of the different sellers. Like they have their own colorways that's specific to like the Yarbo. They have some colors, and Red Heart has some other colors, and some colors they share, and you can find them in all of the brands. Serdar Jewel Spun has a really popular color that's being used to make a show lock blanket, mosaic blanket, and I do actually have it somewhere. Yeah, here. So this is the color that's been really popular to make show locks out of, but that's made in Serdar Jewel Spun. But it's also available in Cookie with greens and browns and really awesome, pretty colors. There's like some neon greens in there and some like almost emerald greens, but blues. I think, yeah, here you can see it. There's also a little bit like almost yellows pops in there. It's gorgeous. I have used this. Oh, I have a lot of leftover scraps. That's just in here also. But it makes it a little bit more difficult to get stuff back up here when they fall all over the place. Oh, yarn avalanche. Oh. Apparently they don't want to be up here. Can you stay now? Please sit. Nice puppy. 8 for cottons plus. Yes, you should, Rita. I know that right now is not the season for yarn, I think. Like all the cookie that my Ika got this fall is all sold out. And it doesn't look like they're gonna restock it. Yeah, oops. I almost got it in my head. And Lori is drooling. Baby blanket, 8 for cotton, yes. But I'm not sure what the plus. Are we talking about the mercerized, or are we talking about the Egyptian? Like they have the baby cottons too. That's 8-4. But yeah, I have not tried the Friends 8-4 cotton, but I have the rainbow 8-4 cotton, and they are definitely, soft enough for baby blankets, without a doubt. Rita would scream if the yarn said no. Oh, that just makes me giggle. Yes, yes. Yeah, Robin, I should. I should get better at taking pictures. I should get better at posting pictures on the Instagrams. I should be better at at, at a lot of things. Well, I know if Hobie would just like pop in here, I don't think that any one of their people would pop in here during a live stream, but if they would, they'd be like, we don't see anything but Hobie yarns here. Oh, and yeah, what I did have here that's not Hobie yarn, I do have some hidden behind here because I have all my 8-4 cotton behind here, and not all of them are Hobie yarns. But I have these. Like, I literally have 3 skeins of this red and 1 skein of the white. Holly acrylic, just like any type of value acrylic yarn. Rita will know I got it from Rusta. It's a Swedish store that has a lot of other things. It's like a dollar store. But that's the only yarn I have in these cubby holes that you see that is not available at Hobie. I have stuff above that is not Hobie yarn. I have stuff below because you can see that there's, there's 2 levels more. What you see here is 2 levels more, and there's more yarn down there, and not all of that is Hobie yarns. But I do have a lot of Hobie yarns here too, especially the minis. Have you guys seen these? These are the this is Friends Cotton 8 minis. And I got them from the point store. So to me, these were free. Because points are just, something you get as a, you place an order, you get points. But it's free. Because I didn't pay for these. So I got them in 2 colorways. The brights and the pastel rainbows. There is 2 other colorways that I didn't get. One is more like basic with some black and some gray and some browns and just not my type of colors. And then there's one more deep, dark. I want to say like more, maybe not rustic, but to me it's like deep, dark, musty? No, not musty. They're just boring, dull, and yeah. And I got an extra that I didn't order. I'm not sorry. I guess Hobie sponsored me. I didn't get a candy. I got one of these instead. Stop should ink on myself. Yes, I need to get shitting. Yeah, but I need to get better. But also, it takes away from my crochet time if I do that. Hashtag Hobie yarn on everything. Yeah, I should. Oh, now we have shawl on the way down. Yes. I have been doing that, but it feels like it's not getting picked up of the algorithm, really. So it's not really working on the YouTubes. But I wasn't thinking about it in the way of like Hobie seeing it. I'm more in the mindset of like what's gonna make people watch me on the YouTubes. Because that's what I'm here for. To hang out with the YouTubes and get enough watch hours and subscribers to have YouTube at least paying me a little bit. Kinda, maybe. Fantastic, and you'd buy them from for amigurumis. What, Rita? The holy 8-4 yarn, the rainbow and the cotton. I would say that you can definitely do a baby blanket in 8-4 cotton because my thin cakes, it's the same thickness. It's just a different type of yarn because it's not twisted together, but it's the same thickness. And this is what I do my baby blankets. I have a baby blanket in the making. Let's whip it out. We haven't talked about her today because I haven't been working on it since the summer. And I should. So, it's also in the same thickness of yarn, and now I'm throwing other stuff on the floor. I'm throwing my own squares. My squares. The one I'm writing a pattern for. My squares. Moving them to the side. So, I do baby blankets in cotton yarns, in my cake yarns. This is a Sultan Deluxe, where the yarn is twisted together. It's not just one, like the 4 strands. It's twisted together. Do we see it? Yeah, we see it. And so far, this is what I have. But it's the same thickness as the 8-4 yarn, if you really look at it. Some of these might feel a little bit thinner. But it's pretty much the same thickness of the yarn. So, this is what you'd get if you get the 8-4 yarn, but you'd get a single solid color or more colors if you take more colors. I just use gradient cakes because I don't like sewing in yarn tails and I'm lazy and I like things that does stuff the easy way. Oh, the small friends. So if you want to do baby blankets, 8/4 cotton, yes. 8/6 cotton, yes. 8/8 cotton, maybe. It might get a little bit too thick or heavy, I would say, on a baby to go for 8/8. Depends on the pattern though. And also some people don't like patterns with a lot of holes because we can have small fingers and toes getting stuck in holes. I don't think this has very many holes, but there's some holes. So there's always that possibility. You might want to go for stitches like this that's more solid. And you definitely don't want to have a too thick yarn for that. But yeah, at some point I'm going to finish this blanket. We're starting light in the center with the white, and it's going darker and darker, and it's going even darker before it ends. But I have another cake, that cake, that I'm going to go for outside in. That's the plan for this blanket. But this blanket is a little bit on the bigger side since these cakes are 1,000 meters, 1,093 yards. Compared to if I'd make a blanket out of the two 800 meters. So there's a little bit of a difference in size. But definitely good baby blanket sizes. Either way. Uh, Chris is gonna lurk in the bushes. Are you gonna do something fun in the bushes? Or are you just gonna keep your hands busy with fun stuff? Or do you have to do something boring like whacking weeds or something? Oh, okay. So you were gonna restart the Sophie's Universe in 8/4, and then sew a fleece minky blanket on the back. Is that like a thin fleecy type of blanket? Because that would take away any issues with holes, I'd say. Thank you, Mara. That blanket was also Hooked on Sunshine's blanket, just like the one I showed that I did for my daughter. This is just going to be smaller and different colors. And I think it's a different pattern too. I don't know if it's a whatchamacallit or is it a doodad. The other one's a whatchamacallit. I never know without looking at the patterns which one is which because I'm not that well familiar with all of them. There's also very many of the Hooked on Sunshine patterns. I am working on a Marnie's Garden, which is big, which you might get to see me work on really soon because I have borrowed a totally different type of camera. It's not just a camera, it's like a head mounted camera. So I would have to put a thingy on my head that has a camera sitting like here or here, and it would be like moving depending on what I'm doing. So I figured, why not try it when I'm working on my huge blanket on the couch and see what that looks like? Because you never get to see that one because it's too big. I can't show it on here. It's really heavy and it's just, yeah. Would you guys want to see me from like my perspective work on my blanket. Well, it's technically not my blanket. It's going to be a present for my brother, but you know. We're going to see if that's a good thing. And maybe you get more videos like that. And now I'm teasing you about things I'm not even sure it's going to work. I'm going to do my best and see if I can make it work, but I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. At least I'm going to try. Hello, Ola Maritza. How are you? Chris is repairing a hunting stocking cap. Yeah, reparations is sometimes needed. Maybe not the most fun thing to do, but repairing things you need is, yeah, good. Good for you. Super soft fleece. Yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't go for a very thick yarn because the fleece is also going to add a little bit of weight. Maybe not as much as some other type of fabric. Like other fabrics will definitely be heavier. I would also consider like what the type of climate is. When is the baby blanket intended to be used? Is it going to be for winter, summer? Because when you do put fleece on it, it's not going to be as breathable, I think. So it might get warm, and if you have a, somewhat warm climate, maybe it would be better to not put it, if you know what I mean. Mara's liking the patterns, cute names of the Hooked on Sunshine. Well, Hooked on Sunshine actually has a couple of really fun pattern names. Bubbaloops is a fun one. It's a pretty new one, I think, at least to me. Doodad and which ones are the funny ones? She's got some other stuff too. There's like coasters and things. Thingy-mabob. Touch me. Whatchamacallit. Wolo Molo Mandala. I don't even know about that one. And where's the other fun ones? She has a lot of really pretty stuff. There's amigurumis, there's blankets, there's a lot of things. Babushka's Vintage Grannies. That's a granny square type blanket. Also a really funny name. Marnie's Garden is another one I'm doing. I did Little Prince Charming blanket, and I have done the Phoenix blanket. Woolly Whimsy. Wisteria Fisher. I don't know where she gets the names from. I honestly don't know. But some of these names are just so cute. Feeling Groovy blanket. Yeah. Yep. Awesome patterns. You like sport weight yarns that they still have tiny holes in patterns like these. Yeah. Yep. So Hooked on Sunshine. I'll just get you to. Well, I'll get the link to you with So that's all the stuff. All the things. if you want to go and check out the blankets and other things. Like I've only tried blankets from her. They're really well written. There's pictures. There's also when you buy the pattern, you can buy the pattern, or you can buy patterns with a video tutorial. And I don't know if they're more expensive. And not all of them has video tutorials, but there's options for that. I don't know how that works. She does also have a Facebook group where you can get a lot of help if you need it. She has fairies. So if you post pictures of your work and be like, where did I mess up? My stitch count's not right. Post a picture and a fairy. Fairies are also her testers, and they are very well, they know these patterns, and you will get help. So you have that as an option. Needing help, there's definitely a lot of people that can help you with that. I think it's great that she managed to build this big community with the testers being fairies, and they're able to come and help at any time of day, really, because they're all over the world and there's quite a lot of them. And also you can just see pictures of other people's makes, get inspired by their colors, and just have a good time, really. She is very strict on not naming yarn companies. And if you are making something with, a Hobie yarn, you're not allowed to mention Hobie, even though like Hobie does some of the yarns are just Hobie yarns. It's not like the Sultans are Cotton Kings brand sold by Hobie. Hobie also have like their own branded stuff, but you're not allowed to mention that because she does have some yarn company that she works with a lot, and she only allows that yarn company's names to be mentioned in the Facebook group. So like Sultan, I don't know why, but you can say Sultan Cotton Kings. That's apparently fine, but you're not allowed to say like Hobie Twister. I totally get that, it makes sense, but Hobie is not just a company. They also have their own yarns. And if someone's like, oh, I got the Dahlia, like Dahlia in some color, and people like, oh, so where did you get the Dahlia? I'm not allowed to say. I don't think she's sponsored. It's just like she doesn't, because you're allowed to say some brand, like you're allowed to say Cotton Kings, Sultan Cotton Kings. Cotton Kings is a brand, but they don't have a store. But you're not allowed to say Hobie because Hobie is a store. So you're allowed some names of brands, but not stores. Thank you, Nightbot, for reminding us to hydrate. It's a good thing. It is. Yeah, it that gets confusing. It does. Especially if you're not familiar with some of the yarns and someone's like, oh, but I got this like if you didn't know about Dahlia or Azalea being Hobie brands, or like Butterfly, there's probably other brands out there that has a yarn called something similar, like butterflies and azaleas. Azalea is a flower, Dahlia is a flower. It's not something that's like trademarked or very specific. There could definitely be another yarn brand that has a color, or like maybe a yeah, or a color even of that's called Dahlia or Butterfly, but not getting to like ask where you can get it. Like, yeah. Welcome back, Jonathan. Yeah, well, DMing to getting, around the rules of the group is not okay either. They're not seeing that as a good thing either. But yeah, all of the posts you post get approved before posting. So if there's, you mentioned a yarn store, or like if you'd put Hobie in there or you didn't mention what pattern it is, you'd get feedback and be like, oh, but can you edit this before posting? Can you, so there's a lot of rules, and if you're new to the group, that might be overwhelming if you want to post things. So but I've done enough blankets and been hanging out in that Facebook group to be like, okay, this is the rules. I got them now. So now I can post stuff and hopefully don't get the feedback that I have to edit stuff again. It's not something that keeps me away from there. Because I like the patterns too much and the designer is really awesome with the designs. And yeah, it's just my go-to type of blankets for baby blankets and things. It's now, I could probably sit down and do just a big granny square type of blanket, but it kind of feels a bit boring. And I want my blankets to be, I don't know, kind of heirloom type of blanket, not just, something that could have been bought from the store almost. I don't want them to be too plain. And I don't know. Maybe that's just me, but I like the intricacy of pretty patterns. And I don't get bored making them. Because that's one thing too. Like if you do something too much, just repeating, it does get a little bit boring, and I have to alternate between whips if I get too bored. This shawl I'm doing now has a little bit of everything, being enough to not get totally boring, because granny stitch, granny clusters is just not the most fun thing to do, but it's definitely mindless and I can do it without even looking, pretty much. But I am mixing it up, being a virus meets granny shawl. And I see that there's a couple of new people here, so I'm gonna show it again. Hello, Soul Yarn Arm. How are you? So this is what I'm working on for those. Oh, that hasn't seen it yet. So we got some virus stitches, and we got some granny clusters, and some virus stitches, and some granny clusters, and that's what is going to be repeated until I run out of yarn. So I'm back at making granny clusters now. I just second row of granny stitches on the next section here. And the colors I still have to work with are these. And also, if you haven't seen it yet, I have a new camera, and now you can really see what the yarns look like. You can count the strands of yarn. I am so in love with the new camera. It does take a little bit to adjust the autofocus though, but it's fine. I'm definitely okay with that because I get such a good quality of the picture. So that's a small downside. Jeannie Krau's blankets are fab. She's an English designer. I have never heard about Jeannie Krau. Sis homemade shawls, I've seen them. I think most of them feels like, doesn't they take a little bit more yarn? That I would need like 2 cakes of some, or is that some like there's a couple of designers that does shawls with a bigger amount of yarn needed, and I prefer to use 1 cake per shawl most of the time. This one took 3, so it's not like only and always 1 cake per shawl, but I prefer it to that. And I am not a fan of puff stitches. So designs with a lot of puff stitches is not something I am gonna jump into head first and be like, yes! No. Oodles and Caboodles. I love that name. Welcome in. How are you? Okay, so it says homemade shawls is doable with one cake. Good to know. Yeah, there's one designer I don't know the name of, but it's always like a lot of yardage in the descriptions on the Ravelries, like 1800 meters, 2000, and it's like, no, I don't want to spend 2 cakes on a shawl because I'd rather do 2 shawls. And I often only have one of each, you know? I'd rather have a lot of different ones than just a few in the same color. I have a few yarns in multiple, like I have 4 of this, but it's a universe, they're smaller. I have 4 of this because it's my favorite color, and I got 2 last year for Halloween, and I got 2 this year for Halloween. So, and I did get 2 of that because, you know, the baby blanket I just showed you. So I had a reason to get 2 of that. And actually, these 2 cakes, the inside of that one and the outside is a perfect match. So my plan is to use them together, starting in the center here with the yellow, working my way out to the green, and then jumping over to the center there and work my way out of to the red. And I'm thinking this is going to be a poncho, or that's been my plan since I got the yarn, but I still haven't gotten there because I have so many other ideas, so many other plans, and that is something I would do for myself. And now, um, doing testing my wings and doing a Christmas market, I'm definitely not gonna make stuff for myself for a little bit. I'm just gonna make things that I think could possibly sell, and that is shawls mostly, because that's what I do. That's my happy place, is making shawls out of these cakes. But I have been debating, like, should I make something smaller? Should I make some pot holders, or, you know, what everyone else does for markets? But I'm also thinking, like, but you can find that at markets. That's what you're expecting. So maybe the unexpected things that I have might be a better thing to, I don't know. Would it sell better because it's different? I don't know. It might not sell at all, or it does. But I should be able to squeeze a couple more shawls out in time for the market. I just don't want to do everything very, you know, not all just virus or something. So this is actually the first time I does a virus meets granny shawl. I've never done them before, so yeah, it felt like being me is the best thing to do. Like, why would I do other things? And it's also like so close in time. I'd rather get a couple of more shawls out that I know I can get than trying something totally different and totally fail. It says homemade half circle shawl may require 2 cakes, but half circles always takes more yardage. Yeah, yep. I did a half circle shawl in, what yarn did I use? Oh, silly me. I did the half circle in Sultan Deluxe colorway Paraiba Tourmaline, which is the same colorway I'm making the baby blanket. Because I was thinking I had the shawl, I could make a baby blanket in the same colorway, and I have a shawl for the mother and a baby blanket for the baby. Yes. So I have a half circle made in that one. Hello, Joe Speakman. How are you? Yeah, I prefer to only do like one cake. If I do a twister, I'd rather not have to like have a solid to go with it. I don't know why, but I'd rather not. I do have a bunch of the solids now, but it's not matching to all of the twisters I have. I actually only have one color that is matching with the twister I have, and you don't even see the twister. There's two twisters I'm hiding. You don't see two twister colorways that I have, and I have two of each of them. But they are teals, and this color here is a matching to one of them. I am doing good. I am. I have talked a little bit about the shawl I'm working on, and I've showed. Well, let's do a little. Everyone wants to watch a replay. Not if you're here, then I don't think it's very likely that you're actually going to watch a replay unless you want to check out what you missed. But I'll show you guys anyway. I talked about the virus shawl that I did show a little bit last live. So this is one cake of the Halloween colorway, and it's folded up, but you do get to see the pretty colors. But last Sunday, I did an unboxing of a lot of the yarn I have here. Not the top ones, not the twisters, and not these two azaleas. The twisters and the azaleas I ordered after last Sunday, but the other yarns was in there. But also, you see two universe. There was 4 universe. I started this shawl and it's already finished. So I started this last Sunday during the live out of what I opened in the box, my haul, and now it's finished. So this pattern is Kria by Tina, our mosaic Icelandic queen. Yes. But this one is finished. And also, these 3 stacks are also new yarns. So they ended up over there. Michelle, we're not going to talk about that, okay? Like we're not going to spoil things. Ursula shawls. We're talking about Ursula shawls. Well, maybe there's a plan to make an Ursula shawl. Maybe that's why I ordered some of the yarns that I did, because I didn't have a yarn that I felt was good enough for that. So, but it's a secret because I haven't started it yet. And I don't think I'm going to actually do that until after the market, because if I do that, I don't want to sell it, and I'm only going to do stuff that I'm going to sell. So yeah, it makes sense, right? Not to talk too much about it, but what language is the heart shawl pattern in? It is an English version. There's an English version in that, but it's written originally in Swedish. But there's an English PDF download. So you will get both if you buy it. You'd get the English US terms. Michelle just got some yarn in for one Ursula shawl. Is that what we're talking about? Oh. No, we can talk more about the heart. I didn't even really show it today. We talked about the other stuff. I haven't showed it. You actually don't really know too much of what it looks like. So you get to see half of a wingspan, or like one wingspan. Because even though my camera is better quality and whatnot, the space I have to move around in is not any bigger. But we have it's actually flaring even more. It has a kind of a hooky type of thing here. Like when you lay it out, you have the heart here, but it's supposed to like be up here so you can connect the two wings on top, so they will be even more like an extra heart on top. But the wingspan is really roughly, and at the center there's a little bit of a different detail. Do you see the detail? It's been squished because I've been leaning on it now, but you have these two stripes, and these three peaks here are a little bit bigger than the peaks of the ruffles. So I did the large, but I did not have enough yarn for what the large actually calls for, but I had more yarn than the mediums, because it says 1,000 meters for a small, which is for a kid, 2,000 meters for a medium, which is for a smaller person. I think it's like if you're up to 150 centimeters tall or something like that, or go for a large. And I went for a large, but I only had 2,400 meters, so I was about 600 meters short of what the pattern would call for. But I definitely think this is a, it's a decent size. If I put it on like this, it's down to my elbow. It's actually covering my elbow. It's not blocked. My plan is to block it, and then I can stretch it out even more, because there's some stretch in here. There's a little bit of, you can do that, and it's going down, above, like, yeah, it's going down on my butt, but also you can just push one wingspan up on that shoulder and then toss the other one over, and it's not going anywhere because it's like far over. So I can move around and I can do all the fun stuff in this, and it's just here to keep me nice and warm. Yeah. And it's just really, really very roughly. So if you like ruffles, you might like this one. If you're not a fan of ruffles, you might not. I'm not a fan of ruffles. I don't see myself really wearing this. It's a beautiful shawl, and it was a crochet along. I was late to the train. A lot of people had already finished it when I started it. But it was a fun thing to do. And I had the yarn. So it's just, yeah. That's what I did. And it is 3 cakes that I cut into pieces, and I color controlled it. So you do see the dark center heart is the same as the last outside color. It is the Hopi's, Salt and Pastello in, what's the name of the yarn? I think it is Physalis, is it? Maybe. But yeah, 3 cakes. Physalis, yes. That. 3 cakes of that. Yeah, it would be a good wedding shawl for sure. Yeah, stunning in white for a bride as a cape. Exactly. So that's the yarn I used, and I used 3. And the last row took like 2 hours or something, because all these chevrons, because it's chevron peaks with increases to get it more and more and more roughly. It takes a long time the further out you get. But that's the exact colorway I used. Yes. And yeah, it's just not my colors, but I did get them all in mystery bags when they had the mystery cake bags. So I didn't pick the colors. I was just happy about getting a lot of yarn. Oodles and caboodles, time for supper. So what are you having? Can you at least tell us that before you run out of here? Thanks for stopping by. Yes, great minds think alike. Awesome. If you guys do markets, what's your favorite type of item to do for markets? Like best sellers or just things that people seem to be liking? I know it's probably very different from what you have there to the customer base in Sweden, but I don't really know. I know a lot of people here are like, oh, it needs to be eco-friendly and it should be, what's it called? Sourced, environmentally friendly, and if there's animal fibers, you should be able to track it back to the farm and make sure that the animals are being treated good. And yeah, I don't know how important things like that is for where you guys are, but it's pretty big thing here in Sweden. At least I can tell that all my yarns I use is the Ecotech standard 100, tested for like harmful substances, because that's something Hobie has on their yarn labels, that it's tested, so it doesn't have a lot of harmful chemicals from pesticides and things to keep the cotton growing good. But also the acrylics also has the label marking thing. So that's also a good thing to know, that Hobie does test their yarns, or get the yarns that's tested. Nachos, give me. Oh, that sounds yummy. I haven't had that in a long time. Well, Lori, that's probably a good thing, that you don't dwell on things left on the to-do list at the end of the week. You're just happy that for all the things you did. I should get better at doing things like that. I'm not very good at it. Nope. So yarn arm, ethically sourced, eco-friendly, etc., and blah blah blah. Yes, that, exactly that. Neil is home and in bed. Awesome. Are you resting now? I'm happy that you're home. Willing to pay for the level of research to require to ensure such things? Yes and no, because no one wants to pay more than they need to, but it's kind of expected. And yeah, it just sucks. I'm just happy that Hobie does all these things with their yarn, so I don't have to. America tends to be more lax about chemicals and stuff compared to the UK. Yeah. Well, Neil, I hope that you get, some food or drink and stuff down, so that you can rest with a happy tummy at least. Maybe even fat and sassy, because why not? Because yes, why not? Oh, Am I not paying attention? I just realized that I was talking about my Facebook group and I didn't check if anyone else wanted to join, that I had to like approve. But we did get to see some pictures that Rita shared with us today. Yes. Awesome. Looks like it's all good now. Oh, wait. So Lori, no pizza today? I'm expecting a picture of pizza. I'm sorry, Lori. I don't want to put you on the spot, but you've been talking about pizzas and you did share. Yeah, American seems to want things cheap. Environment and craftsmanships be damned. Yeah, well, here it is, a little bit kind of the same. People want stuff cheap. They don't want to pay for it. But at the same time, we need to think about the environment and yada, yada, yada. Neil is fat and boring. No. Well, I'm fat and sassy when I'm all, full in my tummy. And I'm bougie with Coca-Cola, but it's running out, so. Yes, PJs. Awesome, Lori. PJ crew. Yeah, you guys, it's Sunday. I haven't been out today. I've been walking around the house with PJs all day. And just to come and hang out with you guys, I put some nice clothes on. I even put some mascara on and made myself pretty for you guys. But I know I could just sit here in PJs like I did the rest of the day. But I don't know. I dress up a little bit and make myself a little bit more I don't know. I wouldn't say prettier, but at least more decent to come and hang out with you guys. Why is Nightbot freaking you out? Oh, thank you, ABD. I went to a birthday party yesterday and, hung out with family members. And I didn't even put mascara on to hang out with them, but I do it for you guys. That should tell you something. Not that it makes that much of a difference. Should we pause Nightbot? What is Nightbot doing? Is it the Christmas thing? And I think the whole world is looking for cheap anywhere they can now. For example, people easily default to places like Temu and Shein for fast fashion, but the ethnical resourcing for such companies leave room for debate. Yes. It's not a Christmas panic, but Nightbot couldn't handle the fact that Halloween was over and was doing weird stuff with that. So I took that one away and I put the Christmas counter down instead because why not? I like Christmas. I even talked about today to put the advent calendars we have in the windows. We put advent calendars. No, it's like lights. Like yeah, lights in the windows. I don't know. But they're Christmas lights, Christmas decorations, because it's dark outside. And I was like, I want the lights. Can we put the lights up now? But we usually put them on like for the first weekend of December. That's where you get them lamps in. But I just feel like no, I want it now because it's dark. And we don't have any snow. It did snow. Has it snowed 3 times so far? But it's not staying on the ground. It's just gray and dull and wet. Yeah, it's just not fun weather. I was not sneezing. That would have been a thing. Sneezing while talking? No. Neil loves Christmas. So do I. Out of curiosity, can you tell us something that is exclusive to Sweden for Christmas? Exclusive to Sweden for Christmas. Well, we have, Swedish delicacies like foods. That's very Swedish. Some of the stuff you can find at IKEA if you want to try it. Like pickled herring. Not the fermented. The pickled. Fermented herring is one of the world's smelliest foods. Not what I'm talking about. Like the pickled herring, I like, but I wouldn't even get close to the fermented stuff. Traditional. We celebrate on the 24th, and well, we have Swedish meatballs is a thing that needs to be there as well. But we have, a traditional Christmas here would be to gather around with family around midday, 12, 1 o'clock, and everyone would be eating like buffet style. There's pickled herrings, there's salmons, and smoked gravlax. I think it's kind of a pickled. We have meatballs. We have a potato casserole with anchovies. We have Christmas ham. We don't do turkeys. Some people might do, but not like traditionally Swedish. But the turkey is baked, and it's also like first we cook it, then we bake it. Some people even smoke it, cook it, bake it, and it's baked with like a mustard honey type glaze. I don't really like the Christmas ham. It's not one of my favorite dishes. I do like the potato bake. I guess it's more of a potato bake with cream, anchovies, breadcrumbs, and first you chop off a couple of onions, and then you fry it or saute it till they're soft and almost like a little bit caramelized, and then you put it in there. So like caramelized onions with the potatoes, the onions, the cream. It needs to be heavy cream because traditions, and breadcrumbs, and that's like my favorite type of dish. I wish I could have it more often, but it's very like traditional Christmas. But I eat like it as leftovers for days because there's always leftovers. But with the meatballs, we also have teeny tiny sausages. We call them Prince sausages, so that they're like tiny. Crisp breads is there's a lot of crisp breads and cheeses, hard cheeses mostly. What are they called? Brussels sprouts. I found a recipe a while back for a Brussels sprout that's like honey glazed Brussels sprout. They were nice. We've had them there were like garlic and miso paste. So maybe not very traditionally Swedish, but I'm not all into Brussels sprouts normally, so it was a nice way to spice them up and to have more people liking them. But yeah, we have this just buffet style eating, and at 3 o'clock, 3 p.m., more or less. Well, hard cheese, not like cream cheese, like that you can cut with the cheese. Yeah, that's a hard cheese. That's the traditional stuff. Yeah, the Gravlax is being more and more spread. I hear more and more people like, oh, I tried that. But yeah, first we do all these savory foods. That's definitely, what we start out with. And 3 o'clock, Sweden stops. Because at 3 o'clock, we all sit down at the TV to watch Donald Duck and his friends. Because that's a thing. Yeah, we have. Yeah, I asked about the pizza. No pizza today. Well, maybe next Sunday, Lori. Donald Duck and his friends wish us a happy a happy year, a happy Christmas. It's always a couple of the same cartoon bits, like the Santa's Workshop. There's a couple of, like, they're always there every year, and then there's small bits and pieces out of new movies that came out like during the last year from some new friends, new characters, new movies that came out. But it's hosted by Jiminy Cricket. Is that the name of the little one? I think Jiminy Cricket, that does the introductions between everything, and then we get to see Donald Duck with Mickey Mouse and what's the friend? I want to say Goofy going for a camping holiday trip. And that camper van, it's just doing all these things, like there's folding whatnot, like opening up a bathtub, like zipper style. And you might recognize this, you might not, but this is like what I grew up with. And we have Donald Duck in the rainforest trying to take pictures of all these birds. And then there's a little bird, like I think it's a woodpecker, that just goes yeah, and that one. He's that is Swedish traditions. But the Santa's Workshop, I love that part where like the little elves are painting checkered boards with like checkered paint. The bird does what, but it comes out of it's trying to mess with Donald Duck, trying to take pictures of all the birds being all like the hummingbirds are from side to side, like basically holding arms with each other, like and Donald Duck tries to. Oh, you wanted me to do it again? I'm sorry, but yeah, that bird. Okay, but that's what we do at 3 o'clock on the 24th of December. We watch Donald Duck and his friends, and then sometimes we have time to open some presents before. It's also like depending on the kids. Otherwise, we open presents after that. And then there's sweets. There's always like chocolates. There's there is a rice pudding type of dessert that I just don't like. It's like a rice porridge pudding thing, and then you put mandarin oranges on top of that, and it's just not my thing. How does it go again? No. Miss Red. Hello, how are you? Did someone clip that? Maybe Neil will, because that's the closest thing he's going to get to the bird dance he's been asking about. Yeah. And sweets, chocolates, nuts. Um, what else do we have? Rita, can you help me out? What am I missing? You know. Yeah, there's a lot of things that's similar between cultures. Also, some things are different now because things has changed. But looking at more like traditions from a couple of decades back are more similar. Um, Christmas cakes in a bundle. Yeah, and that. We always had, I don't know why. We're not from down south of Sweden, but like down south in Sweden, they have something called spedekaga, which is totally weird. I don't even know why people eat it. It's like styrofoam. Um, but someone keeps bringing that for, when we're all with yeah, um, cloudberries on either vanilla ice cream or with whipped cream and both. Yes, cloudberries and also um, we have these wafers, like thin. It's almost like a thin pancake when you make them. You make a thin pancake wafer type thing. It's, when it cools down, it stiffens up. It's kind of like an ice cream cone, but really, really a lot thinner. But making them, you will burn yourself. You will burn yourself bad. Um, we did, we, in my family, some traditions are, you know, my grandmother did these wafer thin, these things. Um, she made them, and my mom always does the Christmas toffee. Like it's a chocolate sticky toffee type thing, candy. If you bite into them, you might break your teeth. Not because they're hard, because they're like chewy, and if you already have some stuff done in your mouth, it might pull out the fillings. Yes. So if you have not the best teeth, you should uh, just let them melt in your mouth, not chew on them. But so since my mom did the chocolate toffee things, I was taught to do these roly roly up wafer things. So I can do them because it skips a generation more or less. But I also have the recipe for my mom's um things, so I could do both. But I'm supposed to do the roly stuff and burn my fingers. Yes. It's it's like an old iron, like a really really old iron with like details on it, like a waffle iron, but it kind of has two big plates and then two metal arms and a hinge so it opens up, and then you put the batter and then you close them and you open them up and you take a fork and kind of get them out, but you have to like put them straight onto the stove top and flip it to both sides, and then you have to roll it up to like a cigar, but with a hole in it, so you could fill it up with cream or something inside, if you want to. But yeah, burning my fingers. It's yeah, skipping a generation in like the tradition of us making these things. Um, so I'm expected to make these wafers things, and I'm not expected to make the my mom's toffee things. That's supposed to be taught to my daughter one day. Yeah, but I can do both if I wanted to. You have a pin that you roll it on? Well, yeah, I just burned my fingers. Um, your in-laws have a favorite tradition, massive guilt trips, and they last for years. Awesome. Hello, Molly. Did you sneak in here? Yes, you did. Hello. Um, Am I making Miss Red hungry? I'm sorry. Silicone gloves for Amanda's happy mail to save her crochet fingers. Yes. Yes, that would be awesome. I didn't even know that that was a thing. Yeah. Yeah, like how much you do it, like you always end up with red fingers. That's just because you can't really roll it up without touching it. Um, let's see. I'm just gonna Google and see if I can find any type of pictures of what this might look like, and you might understand what I'm talking about. Okay, this looks pretty much too. Yeah, someone's doing this with some type of tool. But yeah. Okay, this looks like a good enough picture, maybe? I don't know. Oh, here's a picture of the type of iron that I'm using, or I have, because we have two. And they skip a generation. So here's the iron with all the intricate details. It's not like a waffle, but they're really, really thin when you make them. And you have to roll them while they're hot because that's when they're soft, and then they cool down and they're like really crispy. So that's what they look like. And they're not like bigger than, yeah, like this. Yes, like ABD with a hot glue gun. Yeah, have to roll it while it's hot. When it cools down, it's stiff and it's crispy. So this is what we're talking about. So you can put things in them, like you can fill them up with cream or something if you wanted to. But they're really crispy. But we have these with the vanilla ice cream and the cloudberries. Yeah, there is cookies that you can buy that's similar to these with like chocolate or hazelnut filling on the inside, but they're more just like straight up. Yeah, these they look handmade. These ones. Yeah, flatbreads on irons is also hot stuff. Yes. Yep. Here we actually have a picture of someone putting something in the. What do we have here? A buttercream with lingonberries. Sounds like something very Swedish to me. Like buttercream is probably not the most Swedish thing, but lingonberries. So that's a pretty color. Lingonberries and a buttercream, and you get a hot pink. Yes, please. That almost looks like you shouldn't eat it because it's like too much of a pink. But yeah, it's pretty when you do it like this. For sure. For sure. Now I'm rabbit holing my way down into stuff I shouldn't be looking at because no, we shouldn't be looking at that. I'm just like, I should be burning my fingers for Christmas this year. Well, it also depends on who we're celebrating Christmas with. I don't have to worry about my mom because my mom's not going to be home. She's spending Christmas and New Year's in New Zealand. So that's not going to be. Um, yeah, I don't know who we're going to be celebrating with this year. I think it's going to be very few people, actually, because it sounds like a lot of my family has already made plans elsewhere. So we'll see. We'll see. Oh, you buy those types of cookies, but didn't know it was a Swedish type of food. Well, I've seen the ones with like hazelnut, yeah, hazelnut or chocolate filling. Um, to me, I wouldn't say it's a Swedish thing, really. The ones that's already filled up like that, because to me that was a treat that as a kid we only got to eat when we were in Greece. And I think it's more of a Mediterranean thing, but they are available here now too. But like as a kid, I got them in Greece. But they could have been here at that time too, just that my mom didn't want to spoil us with that. Um, unless we were on vacation. I don't know. Grasshoppers, mint chocolate ice cream cocktails. That sounds delish. I've never tried mint chocolate ice cream cocktail. What's in that? Oh, I was gonna go and show you another type of cookie. Um, we were talking about the weird cakes. That is like styrofoam. Yeah, and they actually come like this. Can I get some good pictures, please? Like when you buy them, they come in plastic wrapping, like cellophane or something. Yeah, okay. Here we go. So this is a very Swedish um, cake. It's from the southern parts of Sweden. It's basically styrofoam. They're really hard, but styrofoam with hard frosting, kind of. Because when it's yeah, this little colorful parts is like icing. That also is just as crummy. I don't know how this became a popular thing, but they're like there's nothing in the center because they're baked on a spit, like spit roasted kind of thing. So that spit turns and then you like drizzle the batter and roll it, and it's styrofoam. You don't try and trick me, it's not. Cloudberries. I get a question of what is cloudberries, so we're gonna look at some cloudberries. They grow mostly up in the northern parts of Sweden. Uh, I think it's more like is it marshlands, swampy type areas. But yeah, I'm just gonna show all the pictures here because why not? They're just gorgeous. So it looks like raspberries, but they taste very differently, and they grow on like really short bushes. Like you can see they're like almost down here on the ground. But they are very similar to raspberries in the, you know, big fleshy little bubbles almost, and about the same size. They're just a much harder to pick, and they have a different type of flavor, and the small seeds in them are a little bit harder than the raspberries. So yeah, you feel them a lot more when you chew on them. But since they are harder to get, they're more expensive and it's more of a delicacy, and you don't get them all year round because season and it's hard to pick them, and yeah. But they're delish. And it's very common to just stirred them together with sugar and not do anything with it, like not cook it or anything. But you can cook it or make a jam out of them too, or you just stir it with sugar and without heating them, and that is also really yummy. So what do we have here? Neil is trying to find the woodpecker on the phone. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Yeah, Mediterranean food is awesome. I love Greek food. I've been to Greece very many times as a kid, and their chicken, lemony chicken with their French fries. Their fries are a bit thicker, and they're always so good. I don't know what they do to them, but they're really good. But also tzatziki, the yogurt sauce with cucumbers and garlic. That's just yes, please, thank you. I can have that as a lunch at any time of day. Like, just give me some tzatziki and some bread, and I can just sit and dip, and I'm happy with that. I don't need anything else. Grasshopper mint chocolate chip ice cream, cream de menthe, cream de cocoa, and basically a milkshake, but instead of milk, you use booze. Yes, please. I would try that. I don't have any of that at home. No. Are they a cousin to cranberries? I don't think so. Cranberries are just more of a cousin to lingonberries. Lingonberries and cranberries are cousins, and I think cloudberries and raspberries are more cousins. But I don't yeah. you were you weren't aware that Sweden has wetlands and feel stupid for not knowing that. Well, we have wetlands up north. Like, I guess you have the mountains, and in the valleys we get a little bit of a wetland, unless we get a river, because we have that too. But Sweden also have a lot of islands. A lot of islands. Yep. Yeah, Mediterranean foods is just awesome. I I do tend to prefer Greek food over any of the other ones. I guess also because I've been to Greece more and I'm more accustomed to their foods. But like a Greek salad anytime. We have a Greek restaurant here in town. We don't go there very often, but it's like it's the type of place, I could go for my birthday because I like it. But yeah, I have more than once only had tzatziki and bread as lunch or breakfast or dinner. That's i- during the summer when it's hot, like that can be my lunch for a solid week without getting bored because it's too hot to eat something else. And feta cheese, I love feta cheese. Oh, and yes, Kalamata olives. Yes, please, thank you. I do love the black olives. Um, but if we're buying olives for the family, because the black usually comes with the seeds, and the kids don't like the seeds, but they do eat the olives. So we get the green ones with the pimento, and that's not very Greek, but they're also yummy. At Dawn's World, hello. Yeah, Lori, I totally get that. Like alcohol, Swedish traditions and alcohol is very different to probably other parts of the world. Like every country has their own traditions, but it's either like families have a lot of alcohol or they have nothing here. And at my mom's place, there was nothing, more or less, because her husband didn't drink, and my mom rarely did. Like, she could, like, if my grandma would come over and my grandma had a bottle of wine, they would share it together, but my mom didn't really buy anything for herself to have around the house. And my dad, he loves his beer. He's like probably a lot of, American dads out there, like Homer Simpson, just like sit on the couch and drink a beer when you get home from work. Or in my dad's case, have a beer while you cook, have a beer while you mow the lawn because it's hot and you need to cool down. Yeah. So I had two very different worlds. Divergent Crafter. If you want to go on the tour of the Mediterranean islands to eat food, take me with you, please. I would love to hang out. Yeah, I guess that your mom saw some stuff. Yep. You'd roll off the plane home if you did a Mediterranean food tour. Yeah, Homer. That exactly. Neil found the clip. He's now laughing at yep, at Woody Woodpecker. They would have to roll you onto the plane. That's even funnier. That brings a totally different level to fat and sassy. Cheers to that. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not gonna be the type of person to be like, I don't like food. Because looking at me, I clearly like food and sweets and other things. Okay, but yeah, you have to eat, right? So you might as well enjoy it. It doesn't always have to be boring. Yep. Cheers. I got a refill of the Coca-Cola, and I didn't even have to go and get it myself, which was awesome. And now there's no risk of having any background sneezing because now I'm all alone in the living room again. He went to bed. Yep. But at least I got a Coca Cola on the way out. So I'm being fancy and bougie. I'm never going to be able to do it like Granny D. Bougie. No, she has more of a rasp to her voice. Well, I love the look of your pizzas. So I totally get it. How can you not like food when food looks yummy? It just doesn't make sense. But I probably wouldn't be, it wouldn't be a bad idea to think about what I stuff my face with and try and reduce the fluff a little bit. But I'm not working very hard on that yet. And also, Christmas is soon here, so I'm gonna stuff my face with Christmas foods. So there's no point in really starting now for Beach 2024 or Beach 2025 or something like that. I don't know. It's just I'm sitting here. It's like it's over a month away, and I'm still like, no, not the time to put the effort in because I'm gonna ruin every progress I've done in a month and a half. That's just silly and stupid. But yeah, that's how I think. And I'm guessing I'm not the only one. But then I have to also, like, when Christmas and New Year's is over, then I have February. Well, January, nothing happens. But when we come to February, Like there's birthday parties almost every weekend through the month. So there's going to be birthday cakes in February. So there's no point in trying diets in January because all the progress is going to be lost in February. And then in April, we also have a lot of birthdays. So same in April. So don't put too much of an effort in March. And then, beach season is almost there. So, and then midsummer we eat. Oh, we eat during Easter in April as well. The holidays are messing my diets up. I can't even focus and try. I think the biggest possibility I have, because midsummer, that's in June, and then we have vacation time, and that's usually, more barbecues and things like that. So you don't want to mess up the vacations because you want to eat during the vacation. And then when school starts in August, there's a little bit of a gap. But in October, there's more birthdays. And then we're back to where I'm at right now. Now I told you my whole year calendar messed up by birthdays, celebrations, traditions. Yeah. When am I going to have a diet in between all of this? It's not possible. I'm sorry. But that's how I think. And you might not agree, or you might just be like, yes, amen to that. But yeah. Yeah, we love food too much. Southern US, where everything is deep fried and covered in gravy or cream. Yeah, yeah. Gravy is not very big thing here, but I love me some cream. I love me some whipped cream for like strawberries or yeah. I do have whipped cream. The in a can type of whipped cream for emergencies because it's not always that you have time to get the mixer out and whip up some cream if you just want some for like hot chocolate and a little bit whipped cream on top, or yeah, and you might not want to open a whole package of cream. You just take the whipped cream in a can. um you got a half bottle of wine and an advent calendar. I looked at a yard advent or two, but wow, those are pricey. The wine calendar was more cheaper than the yarn ones. Yeah, I can yeah. Yeah, the yarn stuff often handmade or like hand dyed or pricey yarns. Yeah. Yep. You have picky meat and potato eaters in the house. It's hard to eat healthy that way. Yep, totally understand that. Oh, my two kids are very opposite. One loves the meats and barely eats, what's going with the meat. And the other one prefers to not eat the meat and only eat the sides. So, yeah, we can buy a plate of something and they share it because one wants the protein and one wants the carbs, I guess. Good in one way, but I don't see it as being like very healthy diets in the long run. At least they're eating. I have to be happy about that, right? Wow, like there's still about the same amount of people here. I've seen a couple come and go and new people popping in. I'm just happy about the company. And also happy about the fact that YouTube seems to finally have made the yarn, all I'm talking about is yarn. The fan funded monetization level with the 500 subscribers and 3,000 watch hours available in my area, or at least in Sweden by the look of it. So more watch hours, and I'm there. I have the subscribers. You guys, I have 900 subscribers. That also happened between last Sunday and now. I managed to go over the 900. And it's not like I've been like, oh, I'm almost at 900. Find me some new friends type of thing. It just happened naturally. Which I really appreciate. But yeah, we are a long way on the watch hours yet. I am more than halfway to the 3,000 level watch hours that's needed. But yeah, not more than a little bit after halfway. I know that I haven't been, like, until this summer, I wasn't regularly uploading. I didn't have a regular schedule and things. But now I have great friends around me thanks to the YouTubes that is holding me accountable and be like, you need to at least go live once a week and please do some videos once in a while. So I wouldn't be here without the support of you guys. Both by being here, subscribing, thumbing up, and just, spending time with me. But also some people have decided to help me more than that and have generously donated money towards things here. So that's why I have a new great camera and some more yarn, of course, because why not? People like the yarns and they like to see me shop for yarn, and I can't afford it myself. So yeah, I just say thank you very much and I appreciate everything. That's all I can do. And like, if this is what you want me to do, then I'm not going to say no to more yarn. Who would say no to more yarn? It's expensive to eat healthy too. Yeah, I get that. Neil, you are enjoying editing this clip. Did you you're editing me and the woodpecker. Is that what you're doing? Yep. Yeah, diets are not fun. Like, I know that a lot of my issues is not just diets, but I sit and crochet, you guys. I could definitely exercise more. I need that. Oh, ABD is still here exchanging out my dryer. Long story. Tell me about it another time then. Exchanging out your dryer. Yeah. Well, thank you, Cindy. I'm happy you're here. Adele. Well, of course you've been here. Just not. Oh, you're not feeling good? But we know you like to lurk. It's more of a. It's. I wouldn't say it's like a given. Not when I'm here, but Dawn is pretty much like Adele is here. I don't like. She doesn't even have to ask. When Dawn is here, Adele is here. Because that's the pattern she's seen. Yeah. But I'm not happy about that you're not feeling good. I'm happy that you're here. I'm just hoping that you get better. Divergent. Due to your lack of height, your ideal weight is quite small. Your lack of height. I love it. I love it. I think we're pretty much, the same. Can I say I'm the lack of height? I think I'm about 5'4". Am I lacking height? At least, I am a little bit round on the edges. Hmm? I could probably grow a couple of, a little bit taller, right? To accommodate the weight. Oh, wow, Joe, you lost the weight of 2 people. Good for you. Good for you. Hello, Diane. How are you today? How are you today? Around the edges. Patting when we fall. Yes, that also. I sit comfortably. That's what I do. I have a little bit of an extra padding, so I sit comfortably. I don't have to worry about sitting on, you know, not padded chairs because I brought my own. Oh, you have another account as well, Adele? I did not know that. Or did I? No, I don't know. That does not ring a bell. You did not make me aware of that before. You are 3 inches shorter than I am, but I am 2 inches shorter than the average height there. Okay. So I can say that I need some more height to accommodate my weight because I'm below average. Okay, cool. I'll if you say so, I'll stick to it. I'm fine with that. Oh, migraines, day 4, but it's passing. Oh, night owl. Oh, well, then I have seen you here before. I did not know that that was you. Night owl. Yes, we have seen each other. Yeah, I got junk in the trunk. Yes, for sure. You've been on a musical weekend, state marching band competition, and university concert today. Oh, so your niece and nephew is a part of that? Awesome. Did you crochet while you were watching? Hi, the real Adele. Neil. That's so cute. Yeah, I was crocheting and having coffee yesterday at a birthday party. We did first go to the bowling alley and had some family bowling with the birthday kid, which can you say that you're a birthday kid when you turn 19 and you want to have like bowling as a part of your birthday celebration? I don't think that you're not really a birthday kid. But 19 and doing bowling for your birthday, it's definitely totally doable, right? And then we went to their place and had coffee and cake and all the celebratory type of things. And that's when I got my crocheting done because I didn't have time to crochet while I was throwing the damn ball. But I did worry because they're so heavy. I'm not used to the heavy bowling ball type things, the weight. And the bowling balls that was big enough for me to put my fingers in them, they were a bit heavier. I would have wanted a lighter ball, but all of them had like, kid size finger holes, so I couldn't put my fingers in there because they're, short and chubby. Oh, you crocheted while your sister drove. I love when I can do that. I'm also like mostly passenger in the car, so I do get a lot of crochet time in the car. I do when we go away for like family trips. I used to like 10 years ago. And more than that, like I used to be the designated driver all the time, but then I had the car accident, and after that I'm just not driving very much and messing with, you know, my mental well-being. Just I don't like people in the traffic. People are driving like crazy, and I'd rather just crochet and not watch the road and get there safely and don't worry. Because I am totally bad as a passenger in the way of like backseat driving. Yeah, people don't really like having me in the car because I'm really bad at that. Like, keep the distance. Oh, now you're going too fast. Like, yeah. Mm. You have Russian ancestors, broad Russian shoulders. I I actually have Russian ancestry. Like on my mother's side, like her grandmother on her dad's side. I don't know how much Russian she was, but there's Russian on that side. So like it's far away. My my mother's grandmother's something something. Yeah. Yeah, when you have car accidents, you usually end up being a bad backseat driver type of person. Like my first car accident, think I was 12, 13 or something. Like we were stopping at a red light and the car behind us didn't realize it was a red light. So that car just, kept driving and ended up in the behind of the car I was in. So I have issues with the whiplash from that. Um, but then 2017, I was driving to work. I just bought a new car on the day, 30 days from what, like, I bought the car, I had it for 30 days. And the day of my accident, I just felt my car being a little bit jumpy. It was like not behaving properly. And then just a flame from out under the hood on the passenger side, just above the front wheel. So I stopped, like, good thing I was like coming closer to a red light and it had been red, but there was cars standing to wait to like turn and I had to wait for them to move. So I was slowing down, but then the flame. So I managed to stop the car. Um, I have, I only do manual driving, so I put it in neutral and I pulled the handbrake. I didn't dare to turn the key off, but I managed to grab my bag and my phone and jumped out of the car and called the emergency number. That just after that, everything just hit the fan. I've basically been home since then, um, battling all the outcome of that. Like I have PTSD. There was other things, and just it was too much. It was too much because I bought the car. Before that, I didn't have a car. I bought the car because we just bought the house. So I was moving. I was gonna move like less than a month. I had to find a new car so that I can commute to work because that's why I got the car in the first place, because I was moving and I needed a car, and move two places in together in one place, and just a lot of things happened at the same time. And after that, like, stuff has happened and I've not been able to handle when bad stuff is thrown at me. I just My coping mechanism stopped working. Sorry, you guys. This is not what we're here to talk about now. But yeah. Um, am I able to put YouTube on screen? I could, Neil. What did you do something? Do I dare to share it? Mint just uploaded your first video. Congratulations. Molly! We must be related to corgis because our backsides are so fluffy. Yes. I can waggle my tail. Mm. So, Neil, is it something that you have on your page now? Or is it just something that you didn't publish? Is it like a hidden thing? Or what are we talking about? Well, I'm not seeing anything on your page. So, oh, Mint has a video. Okay. I think I got it. So, um, you can keep it, okay? I'm fine with that being there. Yeah. Oh wow. Yep. Yep. It is. It is. I'm guessing some people is gonna really enjoy that at some point. So you know what? Um, I'm dropping it for the rest of the people here in the chat. If you want to go and see what he did remixing me being a woodpecker. Yep. You know, just because. Just because. Just because. Because you guys are awesome. And I'm not going to keep that all to myself. Because it's just silly enough to share. You know? I'm actually going to, send it to a couple of you that's not here. So that they can look at it at a later time, right? So please don't take it down. It doesn't need to go anywhere. Yes. Yeah, I would have no problem if Neil wanted me to have that as a short on my channel. Like, I can proudly stand behind that one. So, ABD, what was up with the dryer? Well, I'm only doing if Neil says I can do it, I can make it into a short and have it on. Yeah, but only it's up to him because he created that little clip thingy. So I'm not stealing stuff, even though it's my face. He did the work. Yep. Are you guys laughing now? Are you enjoying it? Yep. Awesome. Awesome, you guys. Rita's giggling. Of course. Who wouldn't giggle? I have flamingos on my head and I'm imitating the woodpecker that entertains us on Christmas. Weird Swedish Christmas traditions. Um, you know, you know. Oh. Wait, the dryer quit? You have no clue why? It's not your department. Luckily, you had another one stored down in your garage, so I had to move it into the house and change them out. Yeah, well, mm-hmm. Yeah, you go check, Rita. Well, I'm happy you had an extra one. Neil, I'm kind of tempted to save it in the StreamYards, and every time you would ask for a bird dance, I would pull that up on the screen and like, this is what you get. Robin, scroll up a little bit in the chat and you'll find a link and you'll giggle. Because me imitating the woodpecker earlier, I don't know if you were here for that, but it's now clipped and edited into silliness. Yes, that's what we're talking about. I just dropped the link like a minute ago or so. So you should easily find it. Yeah, Robin's reaction to that one's going to be interesting. Um, yes, feel free to be nosy. I am on Instagram. I think even in the bottom of the description box is a link tree, and in the link tree you should find that too. So let's see. I put it up again, and I said, "Enjoy, Robin." Super chat or PayPal donation video. Yeah, like that's what I was thinking. Like I could do something like that. Okay, he's okay. All good. Rita is back. Well, Robin Mint is Neil. So that's one of Neil's yes. He did the clipping part and editing and things. But yeah, people do weird things when they do get donations. So I guess that could be a thing, but you guys would get tired of it really soon. Because I know I would be if I had to play that a couple of times during a live. It's fun, but I don't think we all want to hear it too much. So it's I'm not expecting a lot of donations. I'm just saying, like, if it would happen, I don't think that would be the perfect video for it, if you know what I mean. Um, Neil, yes, for sure. For sure. No, never. As in you wouldn't want to have that one a couple of times during a live stream or what? Welcome back, Chris. Oh, you would never get tired of it. I would. Yeah, shorten it probably would be needed to do. Uh, at least if I'm gonna have it like that, like a little bit of a yeah, yeah. Neil, do you know how to find my email thingy? I know it's in my on my main page. Can you send me an email, please, Neil? I totally get it, Robin. You have your collaborations. They are important as well. I'm just happy that you guys want to hang out with me because I'm having a lot of fun with you guys here. I know that just sitting here crocheting is what I would do anyway, but it's more fun when I have some people to talk to. I wish I could be live more often because literally this is what I do a lot of the times, but family makes noises and things, so it just isn't a viable thing to do for a very long time, if you know what I mean. I can't just sit here and expect the family to be quiet. They did agree to being quiet one day a week so I can sit here even though they're, they are still awake, but they are nicely behaving quietly for the most part. They do sneeze. That's something you can't really control, even though it would be nice to not have to do that. Oh, good for you, Robin. You made 72 cents. What I'm working on today, I let's get my little stitch marker in here so we don't unravel, because I do that pretty good on my own. We are working on Virus meets Granny Stitch shawl in Sultan Shadow Cake. No, Sultan, a regular Sultan, but it's a pastel colorway. Was it number 29 or something like that? We got purples and we got blues and we got greens and yellows, and now we have a bit of orange. So that's what it looks like with some virus and granny and virus and granny. And left on the cake, we got some more yellow, orange, and some red, but it's more pink since it's pastel. And with my new camera, I'm never going to get bored of this. My new camera, let's focus. It takes a little bit to focus, but you can count the strands of the yarn because my camera is just that good at autofocusing. But it does take a little bit to adjust back to focusing on me. So now we're back to good stuff. Would love a pastel shadow cake. Yeah, they have the pastel and they have the shadow, but this is actually a regular sultan. This is not a pastel or shadow. It's 29 colorway 29. But we have shadow cake, Halloween, shadow cake, dahlia, um, sultan. It would look like a pastello, but this is actually not a pastello. And we have Halloween. Yep. I don't have any sultans pastellos left now. I only have shadows and regulars and dahlias and things. I am using a 3.25 millimeter crochet hook, which is one of my go-to hooks. But I I jump between 2.5, sometimes depending on what I'm doing. 2.5, 3, 3.25, or 3.5 is what I like to do in these types of yarn cakes, in this, like this thickness of yarn. Neil, I said you should email me. Not that I emailed you. But you can find my email address on my main page. Okay, now I think I'm back to where I was. So let's hope we're not skipping things. Neil can make a shorter clip. Yeah, kids makes noises. Hubby makes noises. He sneezed, okay? um, Yeah, I've actually never done this type of shawl before. I've done virus and I've done granny, but I've never done a virus meets granny. So this is the first. But I feel like I have done a bunch of virus and I'm too bored when I make regular just full grannies. Like, it's enough to make granny stitches into like hexagon cardigans and stuff. I don't want to do granny shawls too, really. I do prefer more things happening in shawls. But I started with it being a virus, and I was like, I don't want to do just virus, so what can we do to do something fun with this? And I have never tried it, so I was like, I can't say that I don't like it if I haven't tried it. I'm not saying I'm really liking this. I don't know if I'm going to make more of this, but at least I've done it. Usually I make a pattern and I can be like, yeah, okay, now I've done it. On to something new, on to the next. The only thing I've been like, yeah, I can do this over and over again is the baby blankets with the hooked on sunshine patterns, because there's so many things going on in the patterns, so I don't get bored. You know? Chris needs to be 7 too for the weight. Yeah. Like, I think we all need to grow a little bit. Well, Lori, you need to rest. So whatever you have left to do, crochet time now, okay? It's weekend. Crochet, and do some more crochet, right? Feet up in the air, crochet away, and just relax. That's what I would do if I were you. Oh, there's a lot of thumbs up. There's a lot of thumbs up. Thank you guys. You are awesome. You need to finish your shawl, Molly, but you're not feeling it. Well, it's totally fine to put it to the side, start something new, and another day you might want to continue it. You don't have to end up like Granny D with Mount Whitmore. You just need a break sometimes from some things. Okay, I think my nose is just playing tricks on me. But my PTSD says I can't just sit here for yeah. I'll be right back. My nose is doing something. I need to go check something. I'll be right back. Okay. Weird burnt smell. Had to check it's not the oven because I use the oven for cooking dinner. It's not my oven. It's turned off, so it's not that. So I can relax, but something doesn't smell right. It could just be a neighbor burning the wood stoves to heat up their house, but we don't have any neighbors close by that has a wood stove, and it doesn't really smell like a wood stove burning. And I would only smell that if the wind direction is in yeah, a certain way, and I don't know. But it was something. It just messes with me. Oh, okay. You meant like that, Neil. Now I get it. You're doing 3 pairs of socks tomorrow, or at least you're starting on them. Are you casting on 3 pairs of socks on the same needles? Or are you doing 3 casts on 3 different set of needles? Yeah, ABD. All is good for now. Now I'm just assuming, Rita, that you are knitting them. Because I'm pretty sure you do. Right? I'm good. My nose is just weird. Yeah, you're knitting them. Because you're good at that, and I'm not. I am not a very good knitter. I can knit. I only have, well, I don't have any round knitting needles thingies. I only have like the sock knitting needles where you use 5 short straight needles. So only, 1 sock at a time, and I get second sock syndrome, and I made 1 and nothing else. So no. I wouldn't say knitting is easier. I did learn more basic knitting in school, but I hate it because I keep dropping stitches. And I can't hold even tension. And with, using the 5 sock needles, the gap from switching from one needle to the other also messes me up because I can't get it to not exist. But I have knitted in the past. I don't like it, so I don't do it. I knitted a ball in school. I've knitted a fair share of like just shawls, neck warmers, or not shawls, but like the straight thinner type scarves maybe. I don't know. One sock. Crocheting is just so much easier. I have more control, and there's so much more you can do. Of course, you can do a lot of color work in knitting, but you get a lot of ends to deal with, and I don't, yeah. You wouldn't survive the caretaking without knitting. Well, you need something to keep you sane. Mm. Robin's determined to learn crochet, right, Neil? Robin, wow, a 6-year-old can do it and I can't do it. Well, if you haven't learned at 6, of course you're not gonna, you know, you need to learn somehow. Everyone learns things at different times. I did get, some basics, mostly knitting, but some crochet in school. And I did get some hooks and needles from my grandmother's. I did crochet like pot holders with my mother when I was younger because my mom did a couple of pot holders and she basically told me what to do. Like she followed a pattern, but she's like, oh, but now you do this amount or this amount. And, she read the pattern to me in bits and pieces so that I would do them similar to what she was doing. But all of my crocheting, like I had to relearn everything. I didn't remember everything. So I more or less relearned everything 4 years ago. Yes, I have been crocheting like this on a daily basis and whatnot for 4 years, more or less. I have had a couple of days where I didn't crochet. Like, being in the hospital giving birth, I didn't have time to crochet at that point. But yeah, mostly that's how it's been. I've been crocheting daily for 4 years. Before I picked up my crochet hook, I was diamond painting all day, every day, more or less. When I wasn't diamond painting or crocheting, I do play video games or like online games, but less and less. Sometimes I do still take breaks for a few hours here and there if I have some of my old gaming friends be like, oh, you want to hang out and play for a bit? Like, okay, I can play for a few hours, but that's like a day, not even a day, but like a couple of hours on a Friday. Sometimes like 4 or 5 hours, and that's that. And the rest of the time I crochet because it is my therapy and this is my happy place. But sometimes people wants to hang out with me, and I do enjoy that too from time to time. Yeah, I would have no problem with having Robin hang out with me on stream or hang out with Robin on her stream. Definitely doable. Your mom had a lot of patience when she was teaching you. Moms usually have to have a lot of patience. Robin, not the best mentality on that. There's a lot of things 6-year-olds can do that I can't. One is fall and not be in a cast. Awesome. Wow. Wow. Oh, what happened here? Can we fix this? Maybe. There we go. There we go. Things are not doing what I want them to. Things was far away. There we go. There we go. Yeah, there's things 6-year-olds can do that I can't either. And there's things I wish I could do better that I just don't or can't or yeah. You like how the yarns with the white label looks like they are smiling. Are we talking about these labels? Do they look like they're smiling? Or is there any other? Yeah, that's the only labels that you really see, right? I kind of see a robot face that looks a little bit wonky and maybe sad. Because I see like 2 eyes, and that looks like a mouth on the slide a little bit. So I don't really see a smile, but maybe I don't know. Yeah, games is a good way to like just zone out and not think about stuff. But so is crocheting, at least for me. This is my therapy for a lot of reasons, as you might know now, because I did share some of it earlier. But yeah, the fact that YouTube is finally like kind of releasing the fan funded monetization level to other places is very encouraging to me. I'm guessing there's more people out there that's going to be monetized now when they realize that they can apply for that is working towards the regular monetization level and already have the numbers needed but just wasn't eligible because they were in different zones or areas. That's going to be fun. But yeah, going live more often is something I should do for sure. I just wish I had more time of the weeks that it would be possible, where people are, quiet around the house and I'm not stepping on people's toes by telling them, please be quiet so I can go live, because they also live here, right? Yeah, Divergent, I totally get that. Like, I don't like that type of games either. Yeah, get out of the real world on YouTube. Yeah, this is the real world, Robin. Definitely. Hello, I love to crochet. How are you, Tank? How's things going? Nice to see you. I saw that you had to split the auction up in two. You had too many things and not enough time. That's great, though, that you had a lot of things. I hope you reach your goal. Oh, Duck Hunt, is that a game? I have not heard of that. Neil likes Fortnite, but not the build part. If I'm gonna play games, the most interesting that easily draw me in, and I also have friends that want to play with me, is Valheim. Which, yeah, there's some building, there's some survival. I love that. So I play that a lot. Um, Diablo 3 has been a go-to for many years. I don't like Diablo 4, and my computer cannot handle it, so that's not even a question. If I'm playing, it's Diablo 3. But yeah, that has been a while. Satisfactory is also a game I really enjoy playing. But yeah, most of the time when I play, if I play, these days it's Valheim. Diablo 3 and Satisfactory is games that we could play like together here as a family with my oldest kid and hubby. Like, we can do either of them together. Valheim is a bit too much not forgiving type of game. It's a survival. So I haven't had the kid try that one yet. But they did release some new patches and game modes recently, so it's more customizable and it could be more kid friendly now, because you can basically have it as a, the monsters doesn't hurt you, build away type of game. So I like that aspect that you can pick and choose. Oh wow, you were talking. The chat jumped up a little bit. You were talking and I were talking and I wasn't paying attention. Yeah, Divergent, that's old school stuff. Atari and Nintendo and Sega. Like, I didn't get to play any of those. I think the first console we had when I was a kid was a PlayStation. I think it was like PlayStation 1. Well, that sounds awesome, Neil, that you're going to do StreamYard live stream with a panel. Do you know about what time? Or just, whenever you feel like it if you're not working? Depending on time, I might be available if it's either late enough. Because it's easier actually for me to sneak up on people's panels for a little bit here and there. When the kids are sleeping. Because if something were to happen, if I'm on a panel, like, I can always mute myself. I can always sneak away for a minute or two if needed. But when I'm hosting myself, I can't just, I don't want to just skip on you and like, oh, but I'm going to be right back. And I don't know how long it's going to take because I have to tuck the kid back to bed or something like that. But that's one of the good things with panels that I have. I often have the, possibility to be more flexible. So you do sometimes get to see me on panels when it works for whatever's going on around the house here. Yep. Especially when the kids are sleeping. Which is usually, about the time where I started my live stream today. The kids should be in bed by that time, like any day of the week. That's why my live stream started when it did, or when it does on the Sundays, because kids are in bed and I have as quiet as I can. But yeah, there is background sneezing occasionally. Robin, you don't have a choice. You have to hang out with Neil. Yeah, Diablo 4 is disappointing. Well, not just for the fact that my computer can't even play it, but it doesn't even look fun. Yeah, Neil, go and see a doctor tomorrow. Yes, please. Thank you. Neil, let Robin, clean if she feels like she needs to. Wow. They call it the cowboy bath. Yep. Some people don't even, bother with the kitchen sink. Some people just like sniff themselves, and it's like, yeah, okay, I don't smell good. Where's my deodorant? Take a little bit of that, and like, oh, and maybe some perfume. Good to go. So, kitchen sink is sometimes a luxury step, I guess. Totally depends on the type of people, though. If you know what I mean. Some people don't even bother about that. So, and some people you wish, like, could you have at least done that, please? Thank you. So, what are you doing? Gingerbread thingy, Robin? What's that? Is it time for Christmas decorations? Has anyone tried to crochet on, the Christmas tree decorations, like the Christmas, what are they called? Baubles? The balls that you hang in the tree. I've seen some really pretty ones. Oh, let's see. Can I find the pictures I saw the other day? Mm, mm, mm. Is it her that did them? Is this the ones I was seeing? I think this is the ones I was seeing. Is there any more pictures? Okay. Some of you might like these ones. They're cute. See, you could have like a Halloween tree and you'd put some of those in that, right? Wouldn't that be really pretty? Like skellies, it's just cute, right? And you just take this one looks like black glitter in the background of the eyes. So whatever background of the bauble, it's really gonna change the appearance. Oh, here we have hot pink or dark red or something. They're just cool. I like these. In case you feel like decorating something different for Christmas. Or if you can't have enough of spooky season. Yeah. Yes, Robin, you have a bath and use deodorant. Yeah, it's not like we will smell you. That's also true. Uh, at least YouTube isn't smell-o-vision, right? The knitted ones from Anna and Carlos, are they like with skeletons or just like knitted something something? Robin, why do you hope no one from the collab is here? Because it's that you have another collab. Ugh, you're sighing about it? Is that what it's about? You hope that they're not here because you don't want them to know that you think it's not as fun? Yeah, beading. I, yeah, I totally get that you can do that because we saw what you can do with beads earlier. Well, Tank, sometimes you just need to rest, and it's totally fine. Thank heaven for no smell-o-vision. Yes. Yeah, so they don't see you complaining about it. Neil is getting some food. So what's the food? Are you getting me some too? And Robin also needs some food, she says. Not pizza. Robin wants anything but pizza today. In case you were wondering what to get her. Yeah. I kind of have to start thinking about what's for dinner tomorrow, even though I'm not there yet. But I think I have to pull stuff out of the freezer. So I'm going to do that when I finish here so that it's thawed out in the morning or whenever, make it easy for myself. Oh, Divergent is eating steak right now. Tuna helper. What is a tuna helper? What is that? Rita now wants pizza. You're gonna make pizza tomorrow? Oh, fisgratäng. Yeah, yeah. You had that already in the freezer? Mm. Robin! Tuna helper, ew. I mean, tuna needs all the help it can get. Wow. Just wow. Tuna is good though. You can do a lot with tuna. I like to do kind of like a creamy salad with, I take some canned tuna, some Greek or Turkish yogurt, and I chop up some celery, and sometimes I put in a little bit of, grated or diced, finely diced carrots or something, or maybe a can of corn, just a little bit of vegetables. But yeah, the celery really works good with tuna. And I like lemon pepper and some salt. And I just mash that together, and I can like stuff it in like a tortilla bread or just any type of wrapping type of bread. We have soft, thin breads too. But I like, because I often have the tortilla breads at home. So that is, yeah, that's nice. It's a while since I had celery at home, actually. I need to go get that. I have been going all crazy for basically the same type of creamy salad with yogurt, some type of vegetable. Like sometimes it is whatever I have at home. It can be um not vegetables as well, but yeah, just something a little bit like carrot or cucumber or something like finely chopped. And then um I have peeled shrimps. um you know they're cooked, they're peeled, they're in the freezer. But I take them out, and I know this is probably not the best way to do it, but I rinse them with lukewarm water to defrost them fast. And I have the Turkish yogurt with I like lemon. Lemon is, I love lemon, so I can squeeze down a whole lemon in there with some dill, lemon pepper, salt, and whatnot, and just toss the shrimps in there. And I have any type of bread really. Put some lettuce on it, maybe, some other vegetables on the side that doesn't really work well with blending into the yogurt. Bell peppers sliced up or something. And I just put that all over the sandwich and I just eat it. It's shrimp salad. It's a simple thing, but I love it. Um, Robin doesn't like tuna. And Lori's ready for all the stuff. So you're going to bed now? Good night, sweet dreams, and hope to see you here next week or maybe somewhere in the YouTube streets until then. Yes. Awesome. Tank loves some homemade tuna salad. Totally get that. You didn't have to cook today, Divergent. One good thing about having the, you know, foot injury that you sit and relax and you get pampered and you get steak. Oh, your brother catches fish, so you do some pretty much ready-made meals ready to cook, but you freeze them. That's awesome. Celery, grapes, onions, yes. All of the above. Yes, please, thank you. Yes, mustard is also very good with tuna. I like Dijon mustard very much. If I cut the grapes, depends on what I'm doing. I don't very often have grapes in things. I usually have them on the side as they are. I usually mostly cut them for the kids. No, nothing disguises the mustard. The mustard disguises the tuna. I think we were talking about. Yes. Oh, you don't like the smell? Tuna helper is a pasta that you get in a box in different flavors, and then you add a tin of tuna to it. Pickles, a lot of pickle relish. Yep, pickles is good. Not like I don't like the whole pickles, but we have sliced pickled cucumbers. Like they're not straight sliced. They are like wavy, not crisscross cut, but they're like chevron. That's the closest I can get. Like chevron cut cucumbers, pickles. Yeah, that's what I like. And also like the on on hamburgers. I like pickles on hamburgers. Like McDonald's. Yes. Can anyone ever had tuna patties similar to salmon patties? I don't know. I don't know. Maybe. Uh, we don't have dill pickles. And I don't know if the ones we have would be considered sweet or I don't know. We have some that we call salty, and then we have the ones that we call sandwich pickles because they go better on sandwiches, I guess. I don't know. I honestly haven't dove into that too much. I know the kinds I like, and that's the ones I get, and I don't think about what else is there. Simple, easy foods. Don't we all? Robin's not the greatest cook. Okay, so you complain that you're not very organized, but you like to help other people organize because you were great, helping me organize my stuff. But now you don't cook and you have, like, I know you're good at things. Don't put yourself down too much. No more food chat. You're making me gag over celery, and the wife is giving me funny looks. Celery, celery, celery. Sorry. I'm just joking with you, Neil. Boiled rice, took some chicken cut in pieces, fried it, added vegetables, soy sauce, cooked it a while. Yummy. That sounds good. It does. Suddenly everyone that wasn't hungry suddenly was hungry. Yes. Yeah. Crinkle cut. Is that what you say about the pickles or the cucumbers I was talking about? That like chevron chevron cut. Okay? Chevron cut. Wow. Robin can have all the celery. Yes. Well, hello, Mama J. Nice to see you. How are you? Oh, and Mama J, the email you sent me earlier, Dawn is on vacation, okay? And she canceled Hopi Bingo, and she doesn't know when she's gonna be back. It's a vacation, and it's all good, okay? Because I know you were asking about that earlier. But yeah, she's all good. I talked to her before I went live, and her vacation is great. But she is going to be missing in the YouTube streets for a little bit, and that is totally okay because she needs to rest, right? She needs to relax a little bit. Everyone needs to take a little bit of time off once in a while. Yes. Uh, ooh, 3 fractured bones, one on the side and one on. I'm not jealous. I actually never, knock on wood, I never had a broken bone. I never had a fracture. Yeah. So, Robin, what do I have to offer? I can't cook, messy. It's totally fine though, because you do other awesome things, and you're great to hang out with. Yeah, I don't get to use celery very often because there seems to be some, I wouldn't say allergies, but like sensitivities to celery in some of my family members. So I get to keep that for myself. Lettuce on your nachos. Yeah, I guess that could work. Mama J's been lurking and listening, and you finely grated onions in your tuna salad with your celery seeds. Oh, Brussels sprouts as a filler. I had never really done that. Onion is a must in tuna salad. I like my onions on the side because I like a lot of onion and I like my raw onions. So if I mix it up in like a creamy salad, it feels like it disappears a little bit. And I'd rather just have it as it is. I'm not the type of person that can eat an onion as an apple and just bite into it. And, you know, that's not me. But I really like my onions. I do that. But I like if I do like a tuna salad or a shrimp salad or anything like that, I can just slice up an onion and have it, sprinkled on top, not mixed in with the other things. I don't like eggs. No, you get to have the egg salad to yourself, Tink. I don't need it. Did you hear my stomach? It's growling. You guys, you've been talking about food, making my stomach being like, we need to eat something yummy. I have cookies, but they're very crunchy, and I don't want to eat crunchy cookies in your ear. So they will have to wait for a bit. I can show you the cookies though, because they are above my head. I don't know how many cookies are still in here because I haven't been eating them. Someone else did. I have these types of cookies. They're like hard and crunchy. And a bit of a they're called cola, but that's like toffee type thing. Yeah, they're yummy. Crumbs on my fingers. Who puts eggs in tuna salad? Not me, but I don't put eggs in anything. The only time I use eggs is in batters, like pancake batter or cake batter, or meringue. I don't like eggs, but when they're mixed in like that and used as like a stabilizer or something, and the other stuff is, flavor enough. Yeah, I don't like the texture of eggs, and I don't like the smell of eggs. Good night, Rita. I hope you get to rest. And you will be busy with socks. So let's hope you don't dream about socks and have nightmares so you can't cast on the 3 pairs of socks you need to deal with tomorrow. Because that wouldn't be fun, right? Nightmare before Christmas. Nightmare before casting on the knitting needles. Sounds like a horror movie to me, if I've ever heard one. Something that's really popular. I don't know if there's a dish that is popular other than in Sweden. Um, you need to have like either, I think cod is the most common, like a whitefish. You take whitefish and then you just, pan sear it a little bit or oven bake it, just, to finish it. It doesn't have to be anything but a whitefish. And then you boil potatoes, and then you boil eggs and then you peel them, and then you chop them, roughly chop them, not really finely, and then you make a white sauce with a lot of parsley, and then you toss the eggs in. So it's like a white sauce with parsley and eggs, and then you just pour that over the fish. Sometimes people actually put the fish in the sauce in like big chunks and then just boiled potatoes. And I just can't. I just can't because of the eggs, the chunks of eggs. I can't. Oh, Christine, you still here? Oh, Ola Joe is live too? Yeah, I'm guessing there's a lot of people that's been on or, maybe on and even off during the time I've been here, because I've been here for 4.5 hours and I'm just enjoying my time in silence with no family, a lot of great company, and crochet time, and, working on my watch hours for my YouTubes, because now I have a bigger, you know, I wouldn't say it's a bigger goal, but it's more, closely achievable with YouTube, letting more people into this fan funded monetization level with the 500 subscribers and the 3,000 watch hours. That's closer than the 1K subs and the 4,000 watch hours. And I already have the subscribers. I just need the watch hours. So I guess I'm going to be trying a little bit harder to work on the things to hopefully get there, maybe even before Christmas. And just because I'm gonna let you guys in on something else. Where do we have it? I need to find a date. What is the date, you may ask? The date is in the future as well as the past. So the 26th, 26th of November is my YouTube's 2-year birthday, anniversary, whatever you feel like calling it. So my YouTube channel, or my first video, was published 2 years ago on the 26th. So it's a hard stretch. That's 20 days away. It would be awesome if I could combine like birthday party and monetization party, but I don't see that happening. But a girl can dream, right? But for that to happen, I need some help, because I wouldn't be able to do that. Yeah. No, in 20 days it's, oh my god, how much content would I have to put up, and how much would I have to keep my fingers crossed that YouTube's algorithm would pick this stuff up and spread it. And oh wow, maybe with the help of Neil's shorts and things that he's making out of the clips that he's been taking from this live stream today. I guess the flamingos on my head is probably going to help a little bit, maybe. I don't know. But yeah. I didn't even think that my YouTube would become a big thing. It's just a way for me to talk about my crochet when I don't have anyone else to talk to, or love of yarn, crochet, all of the above, and then some. But yeah, if YouTube can pay me so I can buy more yarn, I would be a happy camper, right? So that's what we're working towards. Mama J, you drizzle EVO? What is that? On Brussels sprouts and sprinkle a no salt seasoning blend and roast them in the oven. Seasoning blends I get, but the other stuff I don't know. Mrs. Dash on your Brussels sprout? What is Mrs. Dash? Is that a spice mix? Brussels sprouts are good when they're cooked, preferably like oven baked with some seasonings and salt. Or like the recipe I found that has been a great success for Christmas. Brussels sprout halved with sauce of honey, miso paste, garlic. Did I say honey? I think I said honey. But yeah, you mix that into the Brussels sprouts and then you oven bake them. I think you can pan sear it too, but you have to, do that for some time because you want some crispy bits, right? Honey glaze and crispy bits. Yummy stuffs. Yes. Mrs. Dash is a salt-free seasoning. Oh, extra virgin olive oil. Okay. Yes. I guess I can't blame it on a blonde moment, but I can blame it on a Swedish moment because yes. I'm not really that picky though. I get olive oil, not necessarily extra virgin. Yeah, Neil, you and me both. We need to get the watch hours for Christmas. Lemon pepper is one of my favorite seasonings ever. I can use it for everything. You can use it for fish, for chicken, for pasta, for mashed potatoes, for, creamy, yogurty type salads. Yep, I use it for, I would say on a daily basis, I use something with lemon pepper. Or lemon pepper with something. If it's not for lunch, it's for dinner, or both. I have even done, things, breakfasty type foods, like my shrimp salad. I've done that for breakfast if I wanted to, and I have that. Yeah, so I've had lemon pepper even in breakfast foods sometimes. Yes. Everything needs garlic. Yep, garlic is nice, and it keeps the vampires away, just in case. So it is good for you too. Just saying. Who wants vampires to hover over you? No, please, thank you. Eight cloves in the potatoes. Put two potato breads and grated. So bread out of potato with garlic in. So it's like a garlic bread made out of potatoes. Is that just like a gluten-free type of recipe? Antibiotic, yeah. Mama J, is that like a go-to type of thing that you use for a lot of dishes? Italian seasoning with onion powder and garlic powder? The funny thing about everyone just geeking out about spices right now is that spices is something I talk about in a totally different way, but on a fairly regular basis. um, I don't have any, any diagnosis or anything, but I have kid with special need, and I have family members with diagnosis that might, I feel like I can relate to some things. When I start cleaning a little bit in one room, and I find something that belongs in another room, and I take it and I go to the next room and I do something there. Usually it's more of a mess when I've been there than before I started. But then I end up, in the next room and do some stuff and makes a bit of a mess and continue. And all of a sudden, I just find myself straightening out the spice racks in my pantry. That happens more often than not. I don't know what's up with that I like to straighten out and organize my spices. Um, or my forks and spoons and knives, that drawer also needs to be cleaned. But that stuff no one will see, and I should have focused on the stuff that people see, like the actual cleaning of the other rooms. So that's me doing you know that occasionally. Just saying. Um, but it's funny that we ended up in the spices because that's where I end up when I start cleaning. Roasted Brussels sprouts with balsamic vinegar. Yep, that sounds good. Yeast spread rolled out, potatoes inside, roll flat, cook in cast iron skillet. Hmm. Lamb and mint sauce. I actually never had that. Well, you're lucky, Mama J, that your ADD allows for you to get cleaning multiple rooms almost simultaneously. Yeah, if only the stuff would actually get cleaned and not, yeah. Um, Good night, Tank. Well, happy that the meds helped. Because for some people it doesn't. So you take care. Helly's Simple Recipes on YouTube. I had a long period of time where I was following a YouTuber. I don't think she makes YouTubes anymore because she made YouTubes with her husband. Her husband was like the cameraman and he passed away, and after that I haven't seen any content. Um, to drop the link, you type Scrapdolls, Robin. But yeah, Betty's Kitchen. Um, she's from Kentucky. There's a lot of recipes in Betty's Kitchen that I have tried. Some I liked, some I didn't, but I did get a lot of inspiration from Betty's Kitchen to try food that was, not Swedish food. And I really loved her. She did a lot of great content. I occasionally see shorts being released on Betty's Kitchen. It's like small clips from the videos that she's done over the years. I don't know if it's her or her daughter that is taking care of that, making some type of content, but there hasn't been a lot at all. So, yeah, that's sad. Sometimes I just go back and watch her old videos because there's just, I don't know, I like it. I really like some of the videos, just how she cooks stuff. It's like ASMR type vibes. So, yeah, I do recommend Betty's Kitchen. Um, yeah, Tank, that sounds like something that could knock you out. Yeah, Divergent, I totally get that. PTSD and autism is not a good combination. My son has autism and ADHD, and I have family members with ADHD, and I'm not saying I have a diagnosis, but I feel very, very, I can relate. So I'm not surprised if I would end up on something like that. I do have PTSD, so I can relate to that, but that doesn't have to. Um, yeah, with the cleaning, that doesn't affect it. It's getting out in the car, riding cars, other drivers, that type of thing is my biggest issue, and smells like burning smells. Oh, allergic to dust. Yeah, then you have to clean. Mm, you have to clean, but you don't want to do it, and oh, yeah, yeah. And also with the oxygen tank and whatnot, it's not very helpful to add to the issues that you have. Oh wow, I feel so bad for you. But yeah, let's hope you get some good relaxing time now. Yes, please. You do that. Amazon kitchen videos? No, I don't think I have. That's not a name that rings a bell. That on YouTube, I assume? Yeah, in this house, I'm realizing more and more that I'm sensitive to animal fibers. Alpaca is the worst. But I don't have any issues like the rest of my family. We have pollen allergies, and cats and dogs. So it's like everyone has their own set of allergies. And one of the kids was allergic to all red fruit, vegetables, and berries, like just anything red. Eggs, milk protein. Was there anything else? I don't even remember. But yeah, the eggs was the worst one. The other stuff was like intolerance that grew away kind of thing. The egg is also disappeared now, so we don't have to cater to that anymore, but it's like pollen, all sorts of different ones like grass, all yeah, there's so many different bushes and trees and yeah. The cats and dogs, and then of course the kids like, "Oh, we want animals." Yeah, but you're allergic. Sorry, but that's not going to happen. We're not going to do that. I'm kind of also happy that we're not having that. Because there was a time in my life I had 3 cats. There was times in my life where I had dogs. Now I have kids. I'm happy with just having, you know, when I had cats, I had the cats, nothing else. When I had dogs and nothing else. Now I have the kids. I'm happy with that. Okay? Don't want to do everything at once. Yes, please, thank you. Um yeah, overwhelmed and exhausted. We don't like that. Not at all. I have days like that too. And it sucks. Like with the cleaning, you never know where to start because it looks like a mess everywhere. You want to do everything at once, but you can't do everything at once. Yeah. Not all vaccines are grown in eggs, though. But yeah, that's how we found out that the kid was allergic to eggs. Or we didn't find out that, but he did get a reaction. And when we finally figured out he was allergic to eggs, that reaction made all the sense in the world, yes. Yep. But yeah, not all vaccines are grown in eggs. You have to take care of cats the same way you have to take care of dogs. The only difference is that the dog needs to walk, but the cat needs the same, um, you know, company and whatnot. Here, there's no difference between a cat and a dog. It needs to be checked in every 6 hours. You can't leave an animal alone for more than 6 hours here. If you do that, you need to, you know, if you have to work for 8 hours, you have to make sure someone can check in on your animal, like either doggy daycare or things. Yep. Or like go home on your lunch break and whatnot. Yeah, you talk about the litter box. I'm staying out of that one. Two dogs, 2 kids, a cat to clean after, not including hubby. Mind you, all the kids are adults, but still not helping at all. I totally get that. Oh well. Yep. I'm not getting any pets. I'm not. Nope. Staying out of that one. I think the last time I was considering getting a pet was before I got, pregnant with the second child. And I was on all sorts of antidepressants and things, and I went into like kind of a manic period. And all I could think about that I wanted a bird. I think you call them budgies. A little teeny tiny bird. I was really close to getting one, but I didn't, and I'm happy I didn't. I don't know why I wanted a bird in the first place. Yeah. I did all the research and things. But yeah, I'm happy I didn't get it. Budgies are noisy. Yep. And your washer and dryer is not being friendly either. Yeah, you're not having a easy time over there, it sounds like. Yes, and that they do. But now with all my yarn, I'm happy I don't have one because they like to, you know, nest in yarns and bite it and chew it and pull it, and I would have a mess greater than what I already have. So no, please, thank you. Yarn and birds do not combine very well. I don't think cats combine very well with yarns either, though. Especially not like balled up yarn that will roll over if you just push it. And cats will do that. They will push it so that it rolls away, and then they will chase it. And then there was going to be a trail of yarn to wherever the cat decided to push the ball. And if you're unlucky, there might be nothing left of the ball because the cat had too much fun for too long and it's all just spaghetti on the floor. No, please, thank you. You had a hermit crab once? African gray. Is that a bird? Fear of cockatoos. Someone stole the cockatoo? Hobie cookie yarns in variegated only. Yes, they are. But some of the colorways are more of, not really um, too much of a difference. This one, there's variegation in it, but it's not that much going on. It's basically two tones fairly similar to each other. Same with this one. This one has more things going on. That one has some purples and things in it. But yeah, there's no solid. No solid cookies. African gray is a parrot. Okay. I've been sitting still for a bit. I feel my butt has fallen asleep. So I need to move around a little bit, or at least, change my position. But I do see a lot of people using cookie and mosaics with solid, and Mega Ball, the regular Mega Ball, not the Aran, seems to be the most popular combination if you want to have a solid color, because they are the ones closest in thickness. It's a DK weight, and the cookie has a little bit of different thickness. It's what's it called, roving style, and it does have some thicker and thinner things going on. It's not that much of a difference, but there's still, it's not all just the same thickness. I don't really see a good where I can show you that, but maybe, I don't know if it's even noticeable by looking at it. But you feel it. You can do that. As you work on it, there is difference. I did see some parts here that was a little bit thicker, but it's not very much. Maybe you're able to pick that up. But yeah, the Mega Ball, regular Mega Ball. Yes. Nice nails. Thank you, Robin. I did notice that I could get it to focus good enough to actually, but I had another light at that point. It's not focusing. There we go. I can even have the camera focus this good now. You guys, I'm happy about my new camera. And also, I'm pretty much in the dark here. Okay, now it's back. Now he is back. Yes. I don't mind autofocus being slow because it's great. It's better than what I had, so I am happy about that. Right? What was it? It had an easy name on it. I think it's on there's a tripod too, but it's on my screen. So, Streamplify. Focus. I know you can do it. Yeah, I think you can read it still, but yeah, that's what I got. That's what I got. And it was just plug and play. So I haven't done anything other than plug it in and use it. I have not tested the microphone because I use my headset anyway. If I would have anyone join me on panel, I wouldn't be able to hear if I don't have the headset because I don't have any speakers. So I just do this as my normal, and yeah. Technically, I could take the headset off when I am alone, but you never know. Sometimes I might change my mind and be like, come on and join me on the panel or something, or someone just pops up for some reason. I have been mostly doing live streams with Dawn, and I do feel like I lean on her very much. She's really great at doing these things, so I just need more, I guess, experience streaming alone, because I don't really do that very often anymore. So even though I could have, I knew she wasn't going to be here today, so I could have been like, oh, open panel, hang out with people. I could, yes. That would have been fun, yes. But I need to not always have people to hang out with in that way. But I want to do all of it. I want to hang out with everyone. I just don't have time for everything at all times. And that, yeah. But it's all good. I'm going to take every chance I get to come and hang out on my own channel, on other people's channels and panels and whatnot. If I can, when I can. Because why not? It's a lot of fun. But also, I should, right? Get to know some more people that maybe hopefully can help me with some watch hours, right? And just enjoy this community to the full extent. Even though topics sometimes can derail and we end up talking about spices and foods and things, not everything is always about yarn, even though yarn is what I'm most passionate about. But we all need to eat, so. Mm-hmm. And Nightbot tells us to hydrate. I am hydrating. 5 hours all by myself. That is good. That is some more hours towards my new goal. Even though the previous goal was higher set, the new goal is closer. More, I wouldn't say achievable. Yeah, maybe achievable. It's just gonna happen sooner. Sooner rather than later. If you know what I mean. If I have ever thought about streaming multiple platforms at some point, yes and no. I don't have a reason to use Facebook because on Facebook, I don't really do Facebook much. I started the Facebook group for whoever wants to post pictures. I did try and stream on Instagram, but I didn't like it at all. And streaming to Twitch and YouTube at the same time is not actually allowed. Twitch has in their TOS that you are not supposed to be multi-platform streaming at the same time. So whatever you're doing over there, you should only do it over there at that particular time. You could save the stream and upload it to YouTube's afterwards. That they are okay with, but they are not very happy about you streaming to multiple places at the same time. And I don't know if Twitch is a platform that really, I don't know. I have never gone to Twitch for crafting, only for gaming, so I don't even know if that's a thing over there. I don't do TikTok. That is I would never have TikTok installed to any device. If I would have a spare device with nothing else on it, I could consider TikTok, but for privacy reasons and stuff, I would never even consider that. I know some people be like, oh, TikTok is a new place to be if you want to grow your stuff. Maybe that's true, but there's too many risks. that I don't feel safe about with that. No, thank you. Yeah. I totally get that TikTok could be a good platform in that way. I just have no, yeah, I don't want to be there because of, well, not for the TikTok itself, but like for how the app works and um yeah, behind the scenes stuff and their terms of service and what you have to, yeah. Also the same reason I don't use Zoom. Yep. Zoom is also I wouldn't say it's the same, but it's close. I guess I see things a little bit different being from, not the US in terms of apps sucking information out of your devices to get whatever they want, even though they might not need it, and whatever they're doing with it um, is questionable. Um, we could eat yarn, then it would all tie in. I painted yarn once, and some yarn people freaked out. I tried to paint yard for one of my crafts. It didn't work. Oh, you tried to paint yarn for one of your crafts. Well, I guess it depends on what type of paint, because people that hand dyes yarn does sometimes use painting type of techniques that they can paint the dye to get desired effect, or yeah. Yeah, YouTube does not like this thing with shorts on the with the TikTok logo. Yeah, of course. Well, honestly, Neil, I couldn't tell you because I've never been on TikTok, so I don't know. I think with most things dark, if you try to paint it, you should paint it in like a light primer type color first, and then you might get a better result. Um, or yeah, but some yarns are more of like soaking in any type of moisture that the paint might have, and other fibers might reject it, so it totally also depends on the fiber. Was it an acrylic? Was it a wool or a cotton, animal fiber, anything really? They will definitely behave differently, also depending on what type of paint or color that you are using. I don't play any games on Twitch. I play games, but yeah, most of the content if I look at stuff, I do prefer actually watching YouTube at this point. I really enjoy right now to watch City Skylines 2 content on YouTube. Um, I really would love to try and play City Skylines 2. One of the reasons I'm not trying is because they're like minimum specs or requirements for the game suggested is more than my computer has. And also, I've heard a lot of, I wouldn't say backlash, but they did not really, meet the goal of that. Like the game is actually demanding even higher specs to work pretty good. And they're working on it. They've already patched a little bit, but that game was just released not even a month ago. So it's my guilty pleasure to watch other people play the games that I cannot. Yes, City Skylines 2 is one of them. If I would start playing that, it would take a lot of time, and I don't have a lot of time. But Valheim, Satisfactory, and Diablo 3 is the games I play mostly when I play. But watching games, City Skylines 2, Valheim, it's probably the stuff I watch the most, I would say. I have some other stuff I look at too, but not really. Yeah, there's a couple of YouTubers that does totally different type of content. Like they're trying to break games by doing too much of taking stuff to crazy levels. Um, and that has a comedic value to it as well as doing really stupid things and things that isn't supposed to be done in the game. So that can be fun too. The Spiffing Brit and Let's Game It Out is two people that I really enjoy that does that type of videos where they just do stuff that is really stupid. And sometimes I'm like, how many mushrooms did they take before they even thought of this as a thing to try? Because they are tripping. They gotta be tripping bad to come up with some of the things that they're doing. It's, yeah, it's entertaining, very entertaining. Even more so when they do it with games that I like to watch. Yeah, it is very entertaining. Um, what Zoom does? Well, Zoom, like it's more of the like when you install the app, the things you allow Zoom to, contact and things in your phone, all your information. Yeah, Zoom, like there's a lot of apps that does take a lot of information that you don't think that they, like Facebook is also doing that. um I just try to minimize the amount of apps to minimize the risks of things. And when I can opt out from sharing some information, I do. And I do get like, oh, this app might not work perfectly because you are not allowing this, this, and this. Like, yeah, I know, but you don't need to know this, and you're going to work perfectly fine without knowing X, Y, and Z in my phone book. Because, yeah, no, thank you. And you don't need to know my map location at every time. You might need it when I use you, so I might allow that, but yeah. If there's things that doesn't need to know my location, I'm not going to allow them to know my location. If you are a map service and you will provide me correct information when I use you, then yes, because you are a map. But if you are not a map, you don't need to know where I'm at. Some things need to know my location for security reasons, and I totally get that, like my bank. If I would be using, logging into my bank, and I'd be like, oh, but I didn't do that. But it's like, oh, but you were on this location. No, I wasn't at that location. I was at this location. That's, a valid reason for showing my map location. Um, but other things don't need to know where I'm at. I might be paranoid, but I don't like apps that is nosy. I have never played Animal Crossing. So what does that game, what do you have to do? Animal Crossing, it kind of, like, I'm getting Sue vibes for some reason, but I might be totally not in the right train of thought on that one. Or maybe it's because I have flamingos on my head that we bought at the zoo. At least the feathers are attached now. Hot glue for the win. Yes. Good stuff. I'm amazed that there's still so many people hanging out with me. You guys, you're just awesome. This is the best day of the week when I get to hang out with my friends. You might just be lurking in the bushes, but you're still my friend. Because you decided that you wanted to be here and hang out. And I appreciate you for that. Very much so. You might even be sleep lurking, because I totally get that some people just start something and they hang out and then they fall asleep. Because I do that. So sometimes I need someone to whisper in my ear to be able to sleep. I've been watching a lot of ASMR for that. Yes. ASMR is a good thing. It's my jam. To relax, calm down, asleep. I know I'm going to have a hard time sleeping after this because I'm always a little bit, fired up after hanging out live because it's just a lot of fun. But I will still have to sleep. It's 3:23 a.m. I have to get up at 7 to get one kid out of the house, make sure he doesn't miss the bus, eat breakfast, and all them fun things first. So I will not have a lot of sleep at that point, but I might be able to catch up on some sleep later during the day, if I'm lucky. Yeah. I'm seeing some orange. I'm loving how the colors are fading in these cakes. You really get slow, gradual transitions and you don't really see them when they happen. And then you just step back and it's just pretty. A lot of prettiness. A lot of prettiness, yes. 76 likes. Yes, that is a lot of likes. I don't think it's the highest amount, but I know that last week there was so many records that was being broken. It was my longest live stream so far. I had the highest amount of people at one time. I had the highest average so far in all of the lives I've been doing. Like, you guys keep helping me break record after record, week after week. Yeah, we're not going to push it to 7-hour stream now. That's not going to happen, even though, like, I could. I have more Coca-Cola. That's not a problem. I can go and put on a pot of coffee if that's what I need, but I can't do it every time. We're still at like 5.5 hours. It's a long one. But as long as I'm having fun and you guys are still here, it just doesn't feel like I should leave. I don't want to leave because you guys are awesome. You know that, right? Now my nose is going all crazy again. I get the same thing again. Burnt. I don't know what it is. My nose does not like this. That something smells burnt. Neil has an ASMR short on his channel. Does he? I missed that. I should go and hunt for it. Do you guys like ASMR? I know some people don't. I have tried in the past to make some videos like unintentional ASMR type videos, and I've tagged them as ASMR videos, but not like outspoken ASMR type thing. But I don't know. YouTube didn't seem to pick up on that in the algorithms. And just because I like it doesn't necessarily mean other people do. So I don't know. Can you combine ASMR and yarn in a way that people would like? I don't know. Maybe a very niche type of video if I do, I don't know. What can I do? Squeeze yarn doesn't make sounds. Tapping on the ball bands does make a little bit of a sound. Squeezing, sniffing yarn. Inhaling, exhaling. Probably need a better microphone for that too. To be able to pick up the sounds. Neil doesn't know that he has an ASMR short. Do I? According to Robin, you do. Maybe it's an unintentional one. I don't know what she's talking about. It's not doing so good. My time to sneeze now. What's up with that? Yeah, people won't watch replays for a 7-hour live. Nope, they won't. They won't. They barely watch the replays on an hour lives. And just because of that, if you're here watching the replay and you're still here, you're awesome. And please leave a comment saying, I am awesome. Thank you very much. Awesome-tastic even. Yes, you're awesome-tastic in every way, shape, or form if you're a replay watcher and you're still here at like 5.5 hours in. You couldn't be more awesome-tastic, even if you tried. Ball bands, cake band, please. Oh. But not all yarn cakes are cakes. You have skeins and you have donuts. There's cakes and there is balls, yarn balls. And there might even, yeah, there's hanks as well. So if I say cake band, it's only for a certain amount of the yarns that would apply to. But I do know some people say like yarn label. I think ball band is one of the most common names to refer to the band on the yarn that has all the information, all the geeky stuff, all the stats, all the information. It's like a list of ingredients, the recipe book kind of thing, yes. Your upside down clown got 6K views, but it took a couple of days. Yeah, that's awesome for you. Yes. It want another costume? Are you going to make it another costume? My best shorts so far is not even yarn related. I took a trip to my favorite ice cream shop, which is an ice cream shop / a car dealership, but all the cars are vintage American cars and like the cafe type. It's more like a diner, like a 50s diner, and that's where we get the best ice creams. 50s diner / vintage car thing. And yeah, that brought me some views, a lot of views. I should go back there, record some more, because apparently that's what people like. You reviewed a fireplace and that seems to be doing well right now because of the colder weather. Well, yeah, that makes sense. One of my best videos is me blocking first time blocking. That video seems to be interesting to some. And I do have a live that seems to be popular, at least getting views, but not very much watch hours. People like click on it because the thumbnail is pretty, but they don't seem to be sticking around to watch it. But YouTube still likes it enough to keep promoting it, which I like. High-end Christmas gift basket. I don't think I've seen that one. That sounds like something I would like to look at. I had a period where I was like really into seeing people make gift baskets. I don't know why. I found one lady that really does a lot of pretty gift baskets, and she was talking about like all the stuff she put in it and like the thought behind it. Like, oh, this gift basket is for so and so, and they like this and this, or like this is for a teacher, and filling it and making it pretty and making bows and all of that. We don't really do gift baskets here, but I did get inspired and I did make some gift baskets after watching some of those videos for like birthday presents instead of, the regular type of birthday presents. Gift baskets are, they can be very, you can put a lot of small stuff in, knickknacks, candies, and all sorts of stuff. Instead of just giving one thing, you give a lot of small things. I think that the gift basket I did that was most well received was a gift basket full of like bath related items, like bath bombs, bath salts, oils, soaps, scrubby gloves, and all sorts of bad stuff. Bath stuff, not bad stuff, bath stuff. Because I have a goldfish. Well, not a gold, like, yeah. But my hubby, he loves to soak in the tub. He can be in there for like 3 hours, not even getting bored or anything. He's just like soaking away in the tub. Like that was a requirement. Like when we were looking at houses before we found this, like we're not moving unless there's either a tub or room to fit a tub. Like it's not a house for us if it doesn't have a tub. Just as my requirement was dishwasher. He wanted a tub. So he can just hang out in his bathtub for, it gets cold. Well, yeah, you tap a little bit of the water out and then you just refill with a little bit of hot and then you can stay for another hour. But that was one of my favorite gift baskets to give. Because I knew everything in it was going to be used. And yes, nothing is left out of that one. It's all gone. Just as I wanted it to. Yes. Well, I've been here for 5 hours, 39 minutes, and now I'm actually starting to feel tired. And you guys are more and more quiet in the chat. I see that there's still 21 people here. I'm amazed. So amazed. I'm really appreciating everything, and I'm like, I don't want to go because I'm really working on my watch hours now. I'm like, I'm really gonna do this. I'm gonna try hard to get closer to monetization before Christmas. That's my goal. Okay, and any way, shape, or form that you're helping with that, it's just really highly appreciated. If it's just popping in and putting a playlist on in the background, if you're able to do that, or share me out if you have the option to do that and feel like you want to, then that's also very appreciated. I usually don't, focus too much on that. Like I've been like, oh, but it's so far away. I still need another 100 subscribers and a lot more watch hours, and but now with the the lower level being available, I only need more watch hours. I have the subscribers. So it is possible. I can't do it all by myself. Because that's not how YouTube works. They want you guys to look at my stuff, like my stuff, and share it for them to also share it. But we already knew that, right? But yes, awesome. Awesome sauce. I'm going to wrap it up now. I'm going to just, okay, my butt is sleeping. It is a common thing, okay? I have issues with that. Like my feet and my legs and my butt just falls asleep if I don't move around enough, and I don't. I also have the same issues with my hands and fingers, but when I'm crocheting, they're not still enough for falling asleep. So that's a good thing, though. The circulation in my hands has improved since I started crocheting 4 years ago. What is this? Your yarn screamed because you cut it, but it looked good when you finished. Robin loves a bath. You have a bath every day. I couldn't do that. I get bored in the tub. Yeah, that's just not my thing. Not my thing. But I love you guys, and I'm just. Oh, it's okay that you were behind. It's all good. It's all good. I need to rest, and I hope you guys get rest. And I'm hungry, so I'm gonna go and munch on my cookies. I'm gonna have a few of the cookies because they're yummy. Are you jealous? I'm gonna have cookies. That's my snack before bed, which is probably not the most healthy thing, but I'm not gonna make myself fat and sassy over the cookies. But I am gonna, I don't know, stuff my fluff. Make sure that I'm a little bit more fluffy to the next time. I don't know, guys. But I hope you have a great rest of your day. And I see you here soon, I hope, in the YouTube streets, or I'm back same time next Sunday. And hopefully we have Dawn back at that time. We don't know. We don't know how long the vacation's going to be. So it's all good. Yes. Thank you guys. Love you. Bye-bye.